Good morning. It's now 9:03 and I'll call this meeting to order. As is customary for our board, we will begin the meeting with a moment of silence followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. During the moment of silence today, I'd like to remember in particular Dr. Billy Canaday, who recently passed. In addition to being a longtime superintendent of Hampton City Schools and then Chesterfield County, Dr. Canaday was also a former superintendent of public instruction and the president of the Board of Education. Our thoughts and prayers are with his family and the community and the Commonwealth at large. So please join me in a moment of silence.
Addiction, under God, indivisible, and with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, before we approve our agenda, I'd like to make a quick note about the end of the meeting. As you all know, the department has been transitioning its offices, and so we're not using our longtime meeting space in the Monroe building, but we've been fortunate enough to have hosts sort of across Richmond, but the last year and a half that have been inclusive of this building and the Library of Virginia. And part of using this space, of course, is abiding by the hours that they have for this public building. And in order to be out today by 5 p.m., when the library closes, we're going to do our closed meeting for our licensure cases today at the end of the agenda. We'll have our election of officers and discussion of current events, and then go into closed session to consider our teacher licensure cases, just so everybody's clear on that. This portion of the meeting will not be live streamed. And so at that point, the YouTube broadcast will conclude after the end of the business meeting. We will not broadcast our return from closed session where we vote on the teacher licensure cases, but both will be recorded in the meeting minutes. We're only doing this so that our wonderful tech people can clean up the equipment and make sure that we're able to leave the library on time. Members of the public, of course, are welcome to stay and witness the proceeding when the board returns from closed session. But I just wanted to explain why the YouTube channel or broadcast will be cut short and nothing other than our business meeting will be part of that YouTube broadcast today. So that being said, is there a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
So moved.
Okay, any discussion? Dr. Northern? Dr. Ackerman?
Aye.
Mr. Hanson?
Aye.
Mr. Rotherham? Miss Ashton? Miss Holton?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Okay. Staff has provided the members of the board with draft minutes before the meeting from our last meeting. Is there a motion to approve the minutes as presented to the board?
So moved. Second.
Dr. Northern? Dr. Ackerman?
Aye.
Mr. Hanson?
Aye.
Mr. Rotherham? Miss Ashton? Miss Holton?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. The board appreciates being able to feature our wonderful musicians across the Commonwealth, our wonderful arts programs. And today, I will have Miss Holton provide us with an introduction for our guests.
Thank you. Do it from up here? Yes.
Yes. Well, we're delighted this morning to have with us the Granby Singers under the direction of Mr. A.G. Church. They are a select group of highly dedicated and talented student musicians from Granby High School in the Norfolk School Division. Got up very early this morning to be with us today. Thank you. Especially in the early part of your summer, we're grateful. The students represent one of Norfolk's most vibrant music programs, consistently demonstrating advanced level musical excellence. The ensemble has collaborated with renowned artists, including members of the Virginia Chorale, Voces 8, and others, offering students unique opportunities to grow both artistically and professionally. Their commitment to excellence has contributed to Granby High School's recognition as a blue ribbon school for music education. The Granby Singers embody the transformative power of music in education and community and are honored to share their artistry at today's Board of Education meeting. Joining the group is Norfolk Public Schools Senior Coordinator for Music and Teaching and Theater, Mr. Zach Rooksby. The Granby Singers will be performing two pieces, The Old Mill by Kenneth Riggs and To Sit and Dream by Resafanye Powell. The setting of this piece is taken from a poem by Langston Hughes that speaks to the enduring power of hope and imagination. Thank you. And Madam President, will we
Yes.
move to the
Yes,
board's
and
going to
then
move down to the audience so we can
after
appreciate
the-
your performance.
After the performance, we'll meet you all out in the hallway and take a picture with you all.
From the brow of the hill I look, through all that is of boughs and leaves, o'er the old gray mill with its gambrel roof, and the moss of its rotting I hear the clatter that jars its walls, and the rushing water sound, and I see the black flows rise and fall as the wheel goes slowly round. With my grist on the horse before, and I talked with Nellie, the miller's girl, as I waited my turn at the door, and while she tossed her ringlets brown and flirted and chatted so free, the wheel might stop or the wheel might go, it was all the same to me. 'Tis 20 long years since last I stood on the spot I stand today. And sit and dream, to sit and read, to sit and learn about the world. To sit and dream, to sit and read, to sit and learn about the outside our world of here and now. Outside our world, our problem world, our problem world. Dream of us, arise and tell us all. Dreams may hold. For you are dreamers too, you who are dreamers, help me make a world anew. I reached out my hand to you. 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 I reached out my hand. I reached out my hand to you. I reached out my hand. I reached out my hand.
To sit and read, to sit and learn about the world.
To sit and dream, to sit and read, to sit and learn about the world. To sit and learn about the world.
Now we will move to the public comment section of the board's meeting today. As stated in the board's bylaws, it's the pleasure of the board to accept public comment on all matters related to public education in Virginia. Before we begin our public comment today, I want to share a few comments about the manner in which public comment will be conducted. I ask that you model professionalism, dignity, and respect for others as you share your thoughts today. As adults, it's important for us to model respectful civil public discourse for our students and children who are either in attendance today or viewing this stream through the YouTube channel online now or in the future. When you begin, please provide your name, role or affiliation, and where you live in Virginia. All remarks must be directed to the chair, not to any other individual. Speakers will have 3 minutes to share their remarks. You'll notice the timer over on the screen on the table. Screens will begin at 3 minutes in the green color, and at 1 minute, the screen will turn yellow. The screen will turn red when your time is up, and at that point, we ask that you please close your remarks promptly. Speakers can give their comments to Joe Crook if there's anything written. Joe has his hand raised. He's our department's regulatory and board coordinator. All written comments received during the public comment period will be collected and provided to the board as soon as possible. You may also provide a copy of your written comments to the board at boe@doe.virginia.gov. And so with that, I will ask Scott Braybrand, followed by Kathy Halverson, to begin our public comment today.
Good morning. President Creasy, Superintendent Gullickson, and members of the Virginia Board of Education. My name is Scott Braybrand. I'm Executive Director for VAS, and I live in Lynchburg, Virginia. VAS first wants to thank State Superintendent Emily Ann Gullickson for her continued communication and collaboration with superintendents. Her focus on communication with superintendents and communications to all public education stakeholders is very much appreciated. Today, we are pleased to see the continuing support of school construction grants through the School Construction Assistance Program. We're glad to see unused funds also going to support school divisions who did not previously qualify, and we'd like to see this program expanded in future state budgets. We're also glad to see updates around the proficiency standard setting process for SOL test. Communication around this process and its impacts on students and school divisions remains critical as we prepare for the start of the 25-26 school year. Also, we're glad to see updates on the new approach to school accreditation and the school performance and support framework. While we recognize there's no vote today, here are some thoughts to help inform your future decision-making. Thought number 1, consider communication to all stakeholders around the new school accreditation process and the new performance and support framework to occur at the same time rather than staggered through the fall. Sending one education message regarding accreditation and school performance at the start of the school year is better than 2 messages. Number 2, please delay adding new components to the performance and support framework for the 26-27 school year until we have together fully assessed the results from the 24-25 school year. Adding Earth Science and World Geography to advanced coursework for middle school readiness presents challenges for many divisions around access and opportunity for students. We also need more information on the impact of adding social studies as a new indicator at elementary, middle, and high. Thought number 3, while we remain concerned about the challenge of English language learners being tested after 3 semesters instead of 11, we do support the approach of measuring growth in the second year of testing instead of mastery that's going to be presented to you today. Number 4, we're also supportive of the new 3E readiness indicator and look forward to the additional July guidance you'll be receiving. We do want to reemphasize that the needs for VDOE support and resources to help school divisions fully implement this indicator is very much appreciated. As always, we look forward to continuing to work with you on these very important issues. Seeing the flowers on the dais, I can't help but say I want to thank Ann Holton for her service on the board. And thank you all for your service to the Commonwealth of Virginia. Have a great day.
Thank you. Kathy Halverson, followed by Cardell Patillo. Or JT. No Kathy Halverson. Okay. JT Kessler.
Dr. Patillo had a last-minute conflict and sends his regards, so I'm here on his behalf today. Good morning, President Creasy, Vice President Hanson, members of the Board of Education, Superintendent Gullickson. My name is JT Kessler. I'm Director of Legislative Services with the Virginia School Boards Association. VSBA wishes to extend our gratitude to board member Ms. Ann Holton, who is exiting the board at the end of the month. Ms. Holton has been a fierce champion for public education while serving as First Lady, Secretary of Education, member of this board, and as a faculty member at George Mason University. Virginia's young people have benefited from Ms. Holton's advocacy and support of public education. Her passion for believing education is the great equalizer for our children has impacted our public schools in a positive way. VSBA has worked with Ms. Holton throughout her time as a public servant. She has spoken at our association conferences and workshops, attended regional meetings, and has engaged us in the crucial conversations that are a must when making decisions about the future of public educations. As Secretary of Education, Ms. Holton worked with VSBA's task force on students in schools in challenging environments to host a summit to address the unique needs of challenged school communities. Whether it be accreditation, textbook adoption, or the work of board in making policy recommendations to the General Assembly, Ms. Holton has always sought out VSBA's stances on issues, valuing insight from the school board perspective. On behalf of VSBA President Dr. Jawanda Rollins-Fells, Executive Director Gina Patterson, and our Board of Directors, I want to thank Ms. Holton for her years of public service in support of public education. Our President's initiative for the year highlights the profound impact of public education in Virginia and those champions who lead the way. Ms. Holton, your contributions to our schools and the children we serve are many, and we know you will continue to advance the work of making our public education system in the Commonwealth second to none. Ms. Holton, thank you for being a champion of impact. I thank the board for the work that you do. Appreciate the time and being able to speak with you today, and wish you a very good meeting.
Justin Hensley, followed by Ann Tatus.
Good morning, Board. My name is Dr. Justin Hensley, and I'm a resident of the city of Lynchburg. I'm here as a parent, an educator, and an advocate for my son, Kevin. I appreciate your attention during my 3 minutes as what I'm about to share impacts not only my son, but also many students across the state of Virginia. On 6 February 2025, Lynchburg City Schools submitted a special assessment accommodation request to the Virginia Department of Education. That request was submitted just a few short months before Kevin's scheduled SOL testing date. It was submitted because the state's current assessment policies do not allow the same assistive technology that Kevin uses successfully every day in the classroom to be fully integrated into his state testing experience. That request should have never been necessary. Federal law already requires that accommodations provided during testing be consistent with those used in the classroom instruction. This is the core concept of functional equivalence under IDEA. And right now, Virginia's testing policies are failing to honor that principle. Kevin is a bright, hardworking 6th grade student. He has multiple diagnosed disabilities, including dyslexia, dysgraphia, and dyscalculia. Despite those challenges, Kevin is an AB student in his classes, including math, where he has access to assistive technology. He uses tools like Equatio, read and write, speech to text, and teacher-provided notes every day to participate fully and demonstrate his knowledge. But when Kevin sat for his math SOL, the state's accommodation rules forced him to split his attention across 2 devices, 2 different Chromebooks, one device using TestNav, and a second device running the very assistive tools he uses on a daily basis fluently in class. This split device, or what we call swivel seat model, adds unnecessary cognitive load, executive function strain, and procedural complexity, none of which tests Kevin's math skills, but all of which directly interfere with his ability to demonstrate what he knows. Now, the outcome was entirely predictable. Kevin, a B average student in math, failed his math SOL. He didn't fail because he didn't know the content. He failed because Virginia's current policies forced him into an assessment environment that no longer resembled the supports he receives under his IEP. This isn't about equal access. It's about students being systematically penalized for their disabilities because of how we structure state testing accommodations. Virginia needs to fix this at the state level. The policies governing assistive technology accommodations for SOL assessments are outdated, misaligned with classroom practice, and functionally inequitable. I filed formal complaints with both the VDOE, you could see case number Charlie 25313, and also with the U.S. Office of Civil Rights. And if the board doesn't initiate policy review, I'll continue to press forward with legislatures across Virginia as well. But right now you have an opportunity to lead. The law is already clear. The question before this board is whether we're prepared to align policy with both
Thank
the
you,
law
sir.
and with what these students actually need to succeed.
Thank you. Ann Tatus, followed by Lakeitha Walker. Ann Tatus. Lakeitha Walker. Teachy Epps. George Rubeline. And Kelly Oza will be next.
Thank you for letting me appear. I am George Rubeline, as an associate editor of the VCTM Journal, the Virginia Council of Teachers of Mathematics. In that journal, which does not have a very wide circulation, there is a commentary that deals with a sort of an issue or a topic connected with the mathematics SOL. And I, as an editor or associate editor of that journal, and in keeping with good journalistic process, I am inviting the board to make any response it wishes to the commentary in the latest edition of the journal. The editors would be pleased to hear any comment from the board about this matter. Thank you.
Kelly Oza, followed by Tanya Robinson. Kelly Oza.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Tanya Robinson, and I am a community founder and a member of the management committee of the Harbor School. Two of my children attended a homeschool pilot program that led to this school being formed. I have spent countless hours on porches, at community events, and in the aisles of grocery stores telling this story because it matters. Today I want to share with you the Harbor School's homeschool pilot program transformed both my children's lives and my own. Before COVID-19, my kids were hanging in there at school, but I wouldn't say they were doing well. I noticed their progress seemed to have slowed since early elementary school. They were behind in reading and in math. They dragged their feet in the morning and didn't take much interest in the importance of school and how their education would impact their futures. I was worried and used the resources I had, the Boys and Girls Club, to get them as much help as I could. Then, as we all know, the world changed. COVID came and school was going to be online. I know my kids were borderline ADHD, and I thought about online school for them and knew that they would be doomed. Desperate for anything to save them from learning online, I asked Sarah and Kelly if they could tutor my kids instead. They'd run a math camp and other programs at the Boys and Girls Club. My kids loved them and showed progress in short time. I thought maybe they could help. Much to my excitement and relief, they agreed to give it a try. I could never have imagined what happened next. My kids completely changed their demeanor, their interest in their futures, their commitment to learning. Sarah and Kelly allowed them to slow down, found the gaps that they had, and helped them fill them. They pushed them to their limits and allowed them to recover and try again. They gave them the courage to say, I don't know this, and allowed them to be comfortable with both not knowing and wanting to know. They allowed them to overcome frustration, gave them the breathing room they needed to, and safety to face the uncomfortable and try again. With Sarah and Kelly, learning became peaceful, something they hadn't been experiencing in school before. They had norms that they had to follow. They had to show up, be kind, and turn their phones off, which they willingly did. Putting those phones in the box and finding out they could live without them, show them they can do this, and they could focus on their learning to get themselves from behind to on grade level. Today, my kids are actually be above grade level. Sarah and Kelly helped my oldest get into a private school, which is still here, is called Crystal Ray. And my youngest returned to public schools, where he is honor roll all year. And also this year I will have a senior, junior, and a third grader. This could never, they needed that intervention. Most importantly, my kids are engaged in their own
Thank you.
features.
Thank you, ma'am. Bunmi Esho, followed by Wendy Little.
Good morning, Board of Education. My name is Bumi Esho, and I'm community founder at the Harbor School. I live in the Jackson Ward neighborhood of Richmond, Virginia. I started my career as an engineer, then an educator, then nonprofit leader, and now I'm a small business owner here in Richmond. I've spent over 20 years in the education space as an educator in and out of the classroom, working with families in support of their children's education. I've done this work around the country, especially in communities that look like me. I now lead important family engagement work around the country, and I've worked closely with Virginia's out-of-school time programs. I've personally witnessed the work the Harbor School has done, especially as it relates to family engagement. I led a STEM family engagement activity with parents and caregivers and their children. Families felt seen and immediately were ready to sign up for the school. This is an opportunity to create a community school centering learners and families. I've met the students Tanya mentioned and have seen the changes that have impacted them. In fact, I heard stories of how from the beginning, some of these students were ones where they couldn't even work together with other children. They couldn't actually interact well. And they have gone leaps and bounds to become leaders within the schools where they're in now. In schools that are actually the premiers, the flagships here in Virginia. None of this could happen without having that community support that the Harbor School provides. And because of that, we believe that being able to co-design with families a program that truly represents who we are, people like myself in Virginia, in Richmond, is what the Harbor School will allow. Thank you.
Wendy Little, followed by Carter Maline. Wendy Little, Carter Maline.
Good morning. So I'm from Norfolk as well. This singing group is from Norfolk, and my tax dollars paid for their school. I have a wife who's from Brazil. She's a pharmacist and I'm a musician. I went to the Cleveland Institute of Music and I went to the Eastman School of Music, and that's to study the cello. And I've played a lot of operas over there in the Dominion Center. I've played in Granby High School as a member of the Virginia Symphony. I've played all over the state. I'm not here to boast about my musical abilities. I'm just telling you that's my level of expertise. My daughter has autism. And people with autism, they generally think of them in the public schools as being under the IDEA and the IEP. And they'll go through literature by experts like this one. This is a book by Peter Wright. He won a Supreme Court case on special education. He's from Virginia. But my daughter was moved by the Norfolk Public Schools out of that law, out of the IDEA, and into the Virginia Children's Services Act. And I've been complaining about it ever since. That law has ruined my daughter's life, and I'm sick of having to fight for it. Now, I have found a document from Georgetown University in Washington, D.C. It's a Jesuit school. It's quite famous. And it's called The System of Care. And the author is Beth A. Struhl, and the other person involved is Robert Freeman. This, I believe, shows that in 1986 at Georgetown University, the system of care concept started to get going. And I think Virginia legislated it in 1992 and signed it into law under the governor at the time, Douglas Wilder. Now, my problem is when people publish documents that I'm treating them as being experts. You know, I'm kind of an expert in music. I think of these guys as experts in education. Here's the special education expert. Here's the system of care expert. These two laws don't work together. They don't work together. There's this and then there's this. And you go back and forth until your kid ages out of the system without a diploma. If these experts or any other experts publish something that is flagrantly untrue, they need to be prosecuted. And I don't just mean educators, I mean anybody from the city of Norfolk. Anybody from the city of Norfolk, any university, if they publish information that is untrue, prosecute them.
Thank you, sir. Okay, are there any other members of the public that would like to speak during public comment period? You may sign up or line up behind the microphone.
Good morning, Superintendent Gullickson and board members. My name is Todd Truitt, and I'm a parent of 2 public school students in Arlington. I first want to thank Ms. Holton for her 8 years of service on the board. Second, at the last board meeting, there was a discussion of an Alabama Numeracy Act and doing a similar bill for Virginia. I agree with Ms. Holton. We do need one for Virginia. But the Virginia bill that was proposed last session was fatally flawed. Why? It removed the Alabama law's frequent usage of evidence-based and replaced them with best practices. Imagine if the Virginia Literacy Act funded Lucy Calkins. That's what best practices would have permitted if it was in the VLA. The VLA even had to be amended to specify that evidence-based did not include 3Qing. And there is a big body of knowledge of evidence-based practices for elementary math. For instance, the U.S. Department of Education's 2021 What's Works Clearinghouse Math Guide specified instructional methods of using explicit instruction and worked examples, plus using timed exercises for math fact fluency. All of those instructional methods are strongly disfavored by the major math ed organizations because of non-evidence-based beliefs in romantic educational theories, similar to balanced literacy. Third, many parents are very thankful for the new advanced math auto-enrollment law and the VDOE's great efforts to implement it. I especially like the VDOE's new guidance on acceleration pathways and the info on empirical evidence in support of acceleration. I also strongly support the new SOL reform law, especially the 10% of grade aspect. We've seen nationwide standardized test scores stay flat or decline while GPAs soar. This will be a nice check on grade inflation, and in many Northern Virginia school districts, we have grading for equity, which allows for unlimited retakes of exams. As Fordham Institute reported, grading for equity has no empirical evidence that it actually improves equity. The new SOL reform law will still allow for retakes of SOLs, but only the first test grade counts for purposes of the grade. Lastly, I've talked to numerous parents and non-parents in Arlington about the cut scores, all very supportive of efforts to raise them to some of the highest in the country. Numerous parents said they were embarrassed to see we had the lowest cut scores in the nation. My 70-year-old neighbor, a retired federal worker, said it was a violation of trust for the state to have set such low standards. And lastly, not in my prepared remarks, but I am surprised and shocked to hear that superintendents still do not understand the 25-year-old federal civil rights law for including English learners in accountability after 3 semesters. I'm happy to meet with VASS and connect them with the major national English learners civil rights organizations who have strongly endorsed Virginia finally going to the federal standard. Thank you.
Are there any other speakers who wish to address the board today? Okay. Seeing none, we will move into our agenda. Before I do that, I would like to take an opportunity, though, as JT stole our thunder. Thanks, JT. Ms. Holton, we truly want to extend our greatest appreciation to you and your service to this board, and more significantly, your continued service to the Commonwealth. I know that it is something deeply ingrained in you. It's something that you'll never get out. And those of us who have such a deep love for the Commonwealth are so thankful for others that have that same love. So from that perspective, I thank you deeply from the bottom of my heart for all of the things that you have done throughout your tenure in all of your different capacities to serve the Commonwealth, whether it be the children of the Commonwealth or beyond, for the betterment and the impact that will last forever. So thank you so much for your service.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Madam Superintendent, for my beautiful flowers.
Madam Chair, may I add some remarks?
Ms. Ashton?
I also just want to extend my gratitude for Ms. Holton. I was a new board member, and I think you have really modeled civil public discourse. As the kids say, you stand on business for what you believe in, and I have truly, truly valued that. But I also think you have been a board member who has really just been a good friend to the board and kind of helped us build connections and bonds and agree to disagree, but at the end of the day, still be friends. And I really just appreciate your modeling that. And I'm just wondering, what are you going to do next? Because you're not done yet. Thank you.
Mr. Rotherham?
Yeah, I'll echo everything Ms. Ashton said, and I'll pick up where she left off. I suspect we've not heard the last of Ms. Holton on education in Virginia, and that's a good thing. She's an important voice. We've certainly had some spirited disagreements, but I would echo what Ms. Creasy said, her deep commitment to the Commonwealth. I mean, starting when she was a judge, and sort of a judge in a particularly both important but thankless area of the law, and she's brought some of that sort of expertise as we've had to consider various issues that have come before this board. But her long tenure of service as First Lady, as Secretary on the board, is remarkable, and the Commonwealth is lucky that it has people who are willing to forego many other opportunities to serve like that, and everyone should be deeply grateful.
Dr. Northern?
Yeah, I'm just going to pile on. I just feel like when I first joined the board, it wasn't 10 minutes later that I got an email from Ann Holton welcoming me to the board, and just telling me, you know, just how happy the board was to have me on the board. And that's not stopped. Anytime I've had anything happen in my professional career, she's always stopped to say, hey, good job, or appreciate your fealty and observation of evidence. And I know that she shares my love for evidence as well, and research. So we will miss you. Thank you.
Mr. Hanson?
Try not to be the caboose here, but, and just thank you for who you are and just the commitment that you have to our children. And I think that's really the most important thing that we're all about here. And so just want to say thank you. And also, I think all of us, when we joined, I think you were the welcome wagon for all of us to feel appreciated. But also, I just want to thank you for your tenacity to detail. You've made us and our work as a board better because of your legal background and your attention to detail. And I just really want to thank you for that. As a body, we have been richly blessed by your tenacity and just really your perspective and your expertise. And so just thank you, but mostly thank you for who you are and what you are.
Superintendent Gullickson?
Member Holton, thank you. You've been an incredible support since I was appointed back in March, and a resource, but more importantly, on behalf of the agency, you've been an incredible thought partner to our team, well before my arrival over the last 8 years and then some. And we thank you for your service to the Commonwealth and most importantly, keeping the focus on kids.
Ms. Holton?
Madam President, I'm overwhelmed and grateful, and wasn't expecting to say anything now, but I will just very briefly thank you all for your kind words, and thank our stakeholder groups as well, especially JT, those very, very kind words. It has been an incredible honor to serve on this board through a fluke of the system. I've been here for 8.5 years. It's hard to believe. But I believe deeply in the mission of public education. It's crucial to making democracy work in our melting pot country, and when at its best can truly help overcome historic inequities, but also do this melting pot piece where we help young people learn with each other and from each other. And that's what public education has been in my life and in my children's life. And so often rises to that level of success in the Commonwealth. And this board is a small but important part of the big education ecosystem, and it has been a privilege to be a part of it and to work with each and every one of you. Each and every one of you brings a unique and incredibly valuable perspective to the work we do together. The department has so many hardworking folks whose work is largely unnoticed and unsung, and it's just been a great honor to watch you all do your great work over the years and over the political changes and the winds that blow this way and that. You all keep plugging away at helping students get a great education all across Virginia. I can't resist, you know me, I can't resist giving one word of parting advice, and that is to remember that I think we do our best work when we listen to and engage with the stakeholders who are involved in the day-to-day business of public education in the field. They have such a unique perspective that helps inform the work we do. And the overwhelming majority of teachers, education leaders, experts at the local level, parents, they share our stated goals of the Board of Ed of access to excellence, access to a high-quality teacher for every student. They live it every day. Of course, we must exercise our independent judgment, but we should hear them first on virtually every decision we make, unless it's incredibly technical. And that's why I'm such a stickler about the first and final agenda items, and I do go to the trouble to make sure I read the public comment that's submitted in writing before each and every meeting, even when it's added in at the very last minute. And that's why I do try to work hard with these stakeholder groups, which do, the Virginia PTA does not take a position on an issue before this board without full vetting with their members and their executive committee, and likewise all of these other stakeholder groups. They are not just one person coming down here to speak. They represent the voice of the folks who are on the field, on the ground, in the field every day. And again, we can't always do what they want us to do, and sometimes they want us to do different things. And so, but hearing their voices is an important part of the job. So that's not resisting the inclination to give a little bit of parting advice. Thank you. And I look forward to continuing throughout the end of the month to work with you.
Thank you. And with that, I know we're going to have, in a little while, we will have an introduction from Office of Attorney General. Ms. Love is going to introduce us to some people, so we'll pause in our agenda when she returns to the room. But that being said, I'll move on to item A, please. First and final review to certify a list of qualified persons for the Office of Division Superintendent. Oh, and Ms. Love has returned just in time before I move to item A. Would you like a moment to make your introductions, please, Ms. Love? Wherever. Yeah, the podium maybe, I guess. Because I don't think we have another microphone anywhere still set up. What screen? Oh, okay.
It is with the deepest possible pleasure that I introduce to you J.C. LaRiviere and Jen Schiffriller, who joined our office last week in our section to give us some much-needed help. We've got a third attorney who will be joining us toward the end of July. It'll be after the next meeting, so it'll be August before you meet her. But it's not bad. I don't know that I wanted to go on the record. Anyway, this is in large part, I want to express my gratitude in public to the superintendent. The Attorney General's office does have the authority to bill client agencies for some services that we provide. And we do that, but we also have the ability to enter into a memorandum of understanding that will provide sort of a predictable expense for the client agencies, as well as the Office of the Attorney General then has predictable income. So we have an MOU between the Office of the Attorney General and the Department of Education that takes effect July 1. And with that additional funding, I was able to hire 2, now 3 more lawyers, which actually will double my team. I had 2. Well, actually, last summer we had one of our 2 lawyers who was out on family leave, so it was Abby Gump and me last summer. So I feel extraordinarily wealthy, and it's my intention that everybody in our section is going to do work for some part of the department, because gosh knows there's enough to go around. So when you have the chance to meet them today. I should add that Jane comes to us from private practice, and JC has spent several years working in local government, which I think is where the rubber meets the road. So they bring us great experience.
Thank you so much. And I don't know whether to say welcome or I'm sorry, but I'll just go ahead and.
Yeah, I would like to say, President Creasy, on behalf of the agency, we are ecstatic and cannot wait for this to go into effect on July 1st. As someone with a Juris Doctor, we love lawyers and look forward to your partnership.
Certainly. I mean, I won't wear out my welcome quickly, I promise. Anyway, moving on. Item A. Is there a motion to waive first review and approve the items on the consent agenda? Okay, Dr. Northern?
Aye.
Dr. Ackerman?
Aye.
Mr. Hanson?
Aye.
Mr. Rotherham?
Aye.
Ms. Ashton?
Aye.
Ms. Holton?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Okay, item B, final review. The board will remember that we heard this item on first review last month. And Amanda Nevitrell is back for the final review.
Good morning, President Creasy, Superintendent Gullickson, and board members. At the May board meeting, an updated version of procedures for initiating an academic year governor school was presented on first review. As you may recall, this is a procedural document that was originally approved by the board in 1998. This is a document that supports planning committees wishing to craft a new academic year governor school proposal to bring before the Board of Education for approval. In the past few weeks, the department has sought feedback from stakeholders on this document to include a Virginia Education Update article, an announcement on the Academic Year Governor School webpage, and specific outreach to the following organizations: the Academic Year Governor School Directors Committee, the New River Valley Governor School for Arts and Humanities Planning Committee, the Virginia Association of School Superintendents, the Virginia School Board Association, the School Board Alliance of Virginia, the Virginia Parent-Teacher Association, and the Virginia Advisory Committee for Advanced Learning. Overall stakeholder feedback from school board members, parents, academic year governors, school directors, organizations, and superintendents supported the updates to this document. We are grateful to the School Board Alliance of Virginia for providing detailed feedback about needs in the field regarding the governance and operability of academic year governor schools for new school board members, and our office plans to release a technical assistance resource to meet this need later this year. Updates to the document from the original 1998 version include removal of language associated with proposed programs entering into a contract with the department, which currently does not comply with code, addition of expectations for technical support, including an evaluation timeline for new programs, realignment of the document into Part 1 and Part 2 for easier usability, updates to the requirements for administrative procedures to align with current best practices, and per board request, documentation of the Planning Committee's stakeholder engagement efforts as part of the proposal. If approved, the final version of this document will be communicated in the Virginia Education Update, and department staff will provide technical assistance on this updated document to stakeholders as needed. It will also be shared with current academic year governor school directors, as well as with stakeholders and divisions which have expressed interest to initiate a new academic year governor school. The final board-approved procedures for initiating an academic year governor school will be used with any new academic year governor school applicants and will be published on the department's webpage. Final review is requested for these updates to comply with current code and regulations and maintain updated procedures for future academic year governor school proposals. The Superintendent of Public Instruction recommends that the Board of Education receive this item for final review. Thank you.
I would just like to say thank you so much for hearing the board and our requests at the last meeting, and providing us with the red line version so we're able to see the specific changes. So we're really appreciative of that. Does anyone have any questions or comments on this before we move? Okay, is there a motion to approve the governor's school approval process and for final review?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Dr. Northern? Aye. Dr. Ackerman?
Aye.
Mr. Hanson?
Aye.
Mr. Rotherham?
Aye.
Ms. Ashton?
Aye.
Ms. Holton?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Appreciate it. Okay. Item B, Ms. Conway. And is Mr. Williams going to join you? Yeah. No? Yes? Yeah.
Good morning, members of the board. I am Jenna Conway, our Chief of Early Learning and Specialized Populations. Last month, you had under first review the VQB5 guidelines for 25-26. I walked you through some of the data and the information, as well as highlighted the 4 shifts going into the 25-26 year, the implementation of VA Connects, which connects Link B5, the early childhood data system, with VALS, the literacy screener from pre-K 3 through 8th grade in both English and in Spanish, and VKRP, which is for preschool and for kindergartners, looking not only at literacy, but math, social skills, and self-regulation. I'll highlight, I know Ms. Holton asked a few questions about numbers and kind of presenting the broader arc of the last not only 4 years, but 8 years, which lines up nicely with your tenor, Ms. Holton. But just a couple of important stats as we go into this third year of VQB5. So in 2018, the state of Virginia served about 37,000 children with public dollars, including 19,000 children on the child care subsidy program, 18,000 children, only 4-year-olds in VPI, and 250 children on mixed delivery. In 2026, FY26, this Commonwealth is slated to serve 75,000 children with public funding, so a more than 104% increase. 48,000 children on child care subsidy, 25,000 children on VPI, representing a 7,000 increase. That's a 29,000 increase on subsidy, and just under 2,700 children with mixed delivery. So across the board, significant investment in giving more kids, more parents choice to high-quality education. In the fall of 2017, approximately 64 school divisions participated in VKRP, and there was not a pre-K tool. As of this year, 131 school divisions participate, all kindergartners, and a significant portion of pre-K 3 and pre-K 4. And in 2018, fewer than 1,000 classroom observations were completed, and only 1 in 6 programs participated in our quality measurement and improvement system. And as you all hopefully today approve the VQB5 guidelines for 25-26, you know that that involves more than 31,000 classroom observations, upwards of 3,400 sites, 12,000 classrooms, 34,000 educators, and hundreds of thousands of young Virginians. So with that key update, on behalf of our state superintendent, I recommend that the board approve the VQB5 guidelines for 25-26.
Are there any questions here? Okay. Is there a motion to approve the guidelines for 2025-2026 of the Early Childhood Unified Measurement and Improvement System, VQB5, as presented in this item?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
Just a comment,
Holton?
thank you, Ms. Conway, for sharing that data, and it really is remarkable, and it is, you're way too modest, but very closely overlaps your tenure here. Thank you.
Anything else? Okay. Dr. Northern?
Aye.
Dr. Ackerman?
Aye.
Mr. Hanson?
Aye.
Mr. Rotherham? Ms. Ashton?
Aye.
Ms. Holton?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Thank you. And moving on to item D.
Excellent. So the next item, and I have Assistant Superintendent Jeff Williams here in case I need a lifeline for any questions, but last month we also walked you through for first review, the combination of the general procedures and the background check. So combining into one regulation, the kind of expectations for what it takes to get a license and have background checks if you are a licensed child day center or child care center in the Commonwealth. In that presentation, which you do have as part of your materials, but I won't go back through it unless there are questions, but it described a process that went back to the Notice of Regulatory Action in 2021, involved 2 rounds of extensive public comment, 3 endorsements by the Early Childhood Advisory Committee. So at each stage in the process, making sure it goes to the body that broadly represents our early childhood sector. This is a combination of what previously was 2 different regulations. It sort of removes a lot of the statutory references if they're already covered in federal or state law and adds clarity around some procedures, particularly related to appeals. On behalf of the superintendent, I recommend that this board approve the general procedures and background checks for child day centers.
Are there any questions on this item? Okay, is there a motion to approve the final regulation for the general procedures for licensure and background checks and the fast track action to repeal fee requirements for applications as presented in this item and delegate to the department authority to make any changes necessary to comply with the Administrative Process Act or the Virginia Register Act?
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Dr. Northern?
Aye.
Dr. Ackerman?
Aye.
Mr. Hanson?
Aye.
Mr. Rotherham?
Aye.
Ms. Ashton?
Aye.
Ms. Holton?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Thank you, Ms. Conway.
Excellent. I'd also be remiss if I didn't take a moment to recognize Ms. Holton. I don't know that I've ever come in front of this body and not gotten rigorous and thoughtful questions from Ms. Holton. In fact, when I prepare with the team for the board, we often ask ourselves, what would Ann ask in preparation? But in all seriousness, your servant leadership, your asking of questions, your modeling civil discourse has been a lesson. And as a member of the department for the last 7.5 years, and as a public school parent, including 2 youngsters who attend Lennon Holton Elementary, I'm very, very grateful for your service.
Okay, item E, Ms. Berta.
Good morning, President Creasy, members of the board. I am Christina Berta, the Chief Operations Officer for the Department of Education. Item E before you today is a first and final review of the recommendation regarding the Literary Fund loan application approval for the release of loan funds. The department conducted 1 application process in 2023 and 2 loan application processes in 2024 for school divisions to apply for construction loans from the Literary Fund. 1 school division, Bedford County, that applied for loans during this application period has now submitted all the required documentation needed for their requested loan to be released by the board. The loan is requested for Bedford County for an auditorium renovation and additions at Stanton River High School. Bedford is requesting a literary fund loan for this project in the amount of $14,680,000 payable over 20 years and is eligible for a 3% annual loan interest rate. The project application is included in your board packet, and on behalf of the Superintendent of Public Instruction, it is recommended that the board waive first review and approve the release of these literary fund loan requested to Bedford County schools based on the loan amounts, terms, and eligible annual interest rates requested in their loan application.
Are there any questions on this item? Okay. Is there a motion to waive first review and approve the release of literary fund loan dollars requested by Bedford County School Division based on the loan amounts, terms, and eligible annual interest rates requested in their loan applications as presented in this item?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay. Dr. Northern?
Aye.
Dr. Ackerman?
Aye.
Mr. Hanson?
Aye.
Mr. Rotherham?
Aye.
Ms. Ashton?
Aye.
Ms. Holton?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Thank you. All right, item F. Ms. Berta.
Thank you, President Creasy. This item is a first and final review of revisions and reallocation from the School Construction Assistance Program, both in fiscal year 22 and 2024 due to some unused funds. The School Construction Assistance Program has funding that needs to be reallocated due to a reduced scope of work by previously awarded projects. In 2022, Petersburg City Public Schools had a project where they needed to modify the scope of work. This modification changed the project cost from $90 million to $85 million. This has resulted in a reduction of the awarded School Construction Assistance Program funding from $27 million to $25.5 million. Also, Southampton County is not implementing the approved project that was approved during the 2022 School Construction Assistance Program Award. That total award was $5.55 million. This reduces the scope and releases unused funds for these 2 projects from 2022 of $7,050,000. Also from the 2024 School Construction Assistance Program, Lynchburg City School has canceled one of their previously awarded projects. This has resulted in the release of $1,765,575, making a total project balance available from the 2 award years of $8,815,575. We are recommending to the board that we reallocate funds that were below the line and didn't have enough funding to support during those processes. Those projects are specifically Pittsylvania County for Union Hall Elementary School in the amount of $555,496. This would complete their project funding because we only had a certain balance to award to them during the project based on funding availability. Additional award for Giles County Eastern Elementary School project. They are eligible to receive now the full project in $2,616,796. And lastly, Richmond City Bellevue Elementary School project is eligible to receive their entire request of $274,000. This redistribution represents allocation of $3,446,292 for projects that were not previously funded. One important note is you will know that that's a difference in the balance between what's available and what we are recommending to you. And part of that is because the next project on the list is actually for Richmond City, and it's Woodville Elementary School. And instead of granting them partial award through the reallocation, we are holding, because your next agenda item is going to include them as fully funded in their 25 application process. So with those pieces of information, it is recommended, based on the input from the Superintendent of Public Instruction, that you reallocate the awards as described for the 22 and 24 processes. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
First question that I have is around the Pittsylvania County partial award. Are they going to accept this, or have they chosen other alternatives to fund their project, or are we certain that they are in need of this?
So they were partially funded. Certainly, we can have that communication. VJ Ramnarain is our Director of Support Services here, and we will have that conversation with them.
Once we approve that?
I'm almost certain that they probably will take advantage of the state funding, but I can't speak for them until we're able to have that conversation.
Okay. Other questions? Ms. Holton?
Thank you, Ms. Bertha, for this work, especially reallocating the funds to get them to the divisions to be used as quickly as possible. I'm not sure I understand, but across several different items, I think I'm understanding correctly that you, even after reallocating funds, you have an additional $5 million left. And as you said, I understand why you're not allocating it in the 23-24 pot, but why are you kicking it over to the 26 pot rather than the 25 pot, if I'm making sense?
You are.
And I do see on the 25 list that you have an unfunded or only partially funded request in Petersburg. So there's at least some gap in the 25.
Yes, ma'am. So there's a couple of timing differences. Based on the budget that was approved and we moved forward with the application process for fiscal year 25, there was $80 million available. Subsequent, in the finalized budget on May 2nd, there was an additional $170 million awarded. So our plan is to bring to you before, we're going to have two processes in 26, basically to distribute the additional $175 million. So we're going to marry the $5 million that's left over to the additional funding that was provided by the General Assembly to distribute that in an application process early in fiscal year 26. So not waiting until the spring for the normal process. And then subsequent to that, in the spring, we will also have an allocation process for the fiscal year 26 award amount that's available to us of $110 million. So there's a lot of money that will be distributed in fiscal year 26, but in order to make sure school divisions have adequate time to really think through projects, we are marrying that additional $5 million that's afforded to us through the reallocation process to grant additional awards in the early part of 2026.
Matt? So I appreciate that the 26 allocation isn't going to be, that it's going to be relatively quick. I get that. Yeah. But still, I think I'm right, and this, again, maybe goes to the next item, but that you're still not fully funding everything requested in the and that qualified in the FY25 allocation. So is there a reason why it makes more sense for this $5 million to go into the 26 pot rather than the 25 pot?
It really is a timing piece because our application process was underway before the finalized budget happened. And so all of this work was completed. So in order to give opportunity to other school divisions, that is why we chose to make that decision to marry it with 26 funding.
So there is need still on the 25 list. You could theoretically allocate more money. We could allocate more money to that Petersburg project, but it wouldn't allow as much competition from others for that portion.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Superintendent Gullickson?
Thank you, Christina. I just also wanted to add, since I arrived at the agency, there's also been stakeholder requests for some additional webinars and trainings on how to actually apply. A handful of school divisions had shared that they thought they were sort of complying with past protocols, but then ultimately weren't awarded. And so we've been stepping back just to make sure that we are as transparent and clear as possible going into this new fiscal year. So that regardless of size or expertise at your division, that it's really clear both from the school board member side as well as the leadership side at the division.
Other questions on this item? Okay. Is there a motion to waive first review and approve the proposed reallocation of available funds in the SCAP FY22 and SCAP FY24 presented in this item?
Moved.
Is that a motion?
Yes, he said.
So moved.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Dr. Northern?
Aye.
Dr. Ackerman?
Aye.
Mr. Hanson?
Aye.
Mr. Rotherham?
Aye.
Ms. Ashton?
Aye.
Ms. Holton?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Okay, item G. Ms. Berta.
Thank you, President Creasy. Before you in this agenda item is the first and final review recommendation for school construction assistance program funding for the 2025 allocation. As I mentioned in the previous agenda item, there was $80 million available at the time we started the application process for the school construction assistance program application round this year. It's important to note that this application process was in part due to a change that the board approved guidelines in March to incorporate CTE regional programming into the allowable uses of the school construction assistance program. And so we really worked hard to make sure school divisions understood what those 13 criteria were and to ensure that regional CTE programs knew that they could apply and knew that they could access this funding. In order to achieve the funding, they had to achieve a 65-point on a 100-point scale score. I am happy to tell you that we did receive 28 grant applications in this process, 25 from school divisions and 3 from regional CTE programs. Following the close of the application period, Mr. Romnarain and his staff reviewed and scored all of the applications to ensure compliance with the 13 required criteria in the board's guidelines. Under those projects, grants are awarded based on 10, 20, or 30% of the approved cost, a minimum of $1 million project and a maximum of $100 million project. And the percentage distribution is based on the school division's local composite index and fiscal stress category as designated by the Virginia Commission on Local Government for localities containing in the school division. After submitting the grant applications, they were reviewed and scored. The board requires action in the Appropriation Act to approve the grant awards to school divisions. This item requests that the board approve the recommended grant awards for the school projects which meet the 65-point minimum, and an overall recommendation to award the grant total of $80 million for 10 approved school projects and 1 regional CTE center after we ranked the projects. I am happy to answer any questions that you may have, but it is a recommendation of the Superintendent of Public Instruction to waive first read and to approve these grant awards as shown in attachment 2 of your board agenda item.
Are there any questions on this item? Okay. Is there a motion to waive first review and approve the recommended grant awards for the school projects as presented in this item?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Dr. Northern?
Aye.
Dr. Ackerman?
Aye.
Mr. Hanson?
Aye.
Mr. Rotherham?
Aye.
Ms. Ashton?
Aye.
Ms. Holton?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Thank you very much. And Mr. Chapman is up.
Good morning, President Creasy, Vice President Hanson, members of the board, Superintendent Gullickson. Item H is what should be a familiar item at this point. This item is collateral to the Governor's Executive Order 19, which requires, among other things, for each executive branch agency to submit a unified regulatory plan by June 30th of each year. The unified regulatory plan is not a binding document upon agencies, but it's really just a projection for citizens of the Commonwealth interested in what types of regulatory activity agencies and regulatory boards might be undergoing in the next year. It's a reasonable projection. It does not need to be exhaustive. It certainly doesn't include things that may come up between now and submission, and things that come up based on need. But what we have is we've compiled a list of regulatory actions that we reasonably expect to be moving before the board, either completion of current actions, some aspects of legislative implementation that we expect will be coming before the board, and we've included a few of the guidance documents that we routinely update. What we're asking is that the board approve this on first and final review. The board has made a habit of reviewing this document and approving it, which we certainly support. But given the June 30 deadline, we'd love to be in compliance with the executive order, and so we're asking that the board waive first review and approve the plan.
Any questions or comments on this item? Ms. Holton?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chapman. I do see several items here that I'm not sure why they're on. In particular, I noted on page 21, the attendance, HB 2601, which requires local divisions to, make some guidance to local divisions about their daily attendance records. And on item 26, which directs JLARC to do a study of removal of books. Neither of those has any Board of Ed or Department of Ed component to them.
We do think that again, that this is a projection. There are aspects that in talking through that, we may see that. The attendance bill, I believe, if I'm correct, may require a slight edit to the board's regulations governing pupil accounting records. And so again, it may not come before it. What we've done is we're doing this in order to make people aware that there may be regulatory activity, except this isn't binding upon. And there's another aspect of the textbook implementation process that might require the board to go back and edit its guidance document on the textbook process. And so we've included those really for for being thorough, but depending on how this gets worked through the department, you are correct, it may not come before the board, but
well, there's certainly nothing in the 26, the JLARC study that directs JLARC to conduct a study.
Sure.
There's nothing regulatory for the board there. And frankly, I'm just concerned that you've got so many things on here that you're going to not be able to prioritize the things you should. And I do see, for instance, the math endorsements add-on legislation does require board action on, that's page 17.
Correct.
And there is no timing listed on that one, no expected date, and I would hope that one would be one that the board would prioritize. Likewise, there are the early childhood endorsement and special ed. That may be one we've already moved on, but there's no expected date. We may have begun some action on that, but there's no expected date on that. And when you've got 20-some things, I don't know why you're listing things that you don't have any responsibility for. And so I just submit that perhaps it would be useful to clean those up by removing items that don't require any board action. And or if you wanted to clarify why they're there, it might make more sense. And I do understand you've got a June deadline, but given that the board is actually not required to comply, since we are a constitutional board, we're complying with the request of the governor as a request, and so we can comply with it in July if we need to take time to get this right. It's not a big deal, but I do think that having things on there that you're not actually going to do and don't actually need to do, and there's no statutory, there's nothing in the statutes that has any regulatory implications. I would submit, if we prove it today, that perhaps we eliminate the items on page 21 and 26. And while we don't know what deadlines to add on the ones where there are missing deadlines, that we encourage the department to give us some guidance on when they anticipate those coming back before us. in the near future.
Mr. Rotherham?
I think Ms. Holden raises some important points. I have a clarifying question around them. So, like, my understanding was the intent of this is just to have like a wide aperture on what might happen, but like, what is the intent of what we are going to do with this, the department is going to do with this after we adopt it, either on first and later on final, or first and final? Like, what are we?
Yeah. This is really something that the governor, initiative the governor has prioritized in order for awareness for the public. This is more of a visibility document so that if somebody goes to, what will happen to this document will be published on the Virginia Regulatory Town Hall, so that folks can go and again get a sense of the types of regulatory activity that the agency reasonably expects to come up over the course of the fiscal year. So again, it's not a binding document, it's really a notice document for folks who are looking for a single location of the things that the agency expects will come up. But again, it's not binding on agencies. For the spots where there aren't projected dates, my apologies for that. Some of those we are still working out the legislative implementation, but my guess is we'll end up putting an initial date of December. Some of those actions will be starting in NORA's. The teacher endorsements, for example, need to go before ABTEL, but those are likely not going to be, ABTEL doesn't meet again until September. And so there's some uncertainties as far as when the actual regulatory activity will be able to start on those.
So can I ask the inverse then of Ms. Holton's question? What activity is going on around that touches education across the whole of government that's not included here? That you're aware of, obviously.
Yeah, I think that, again, this is
pretty comprehensive.
What we can reasonably expect.
Okay.
This is a 28-page.
Okay. I guess my question is like, what's not included, I guess.
Yeah, the things that would not be included that would come up would be, if there's some aspect of a bill that has been passed, some aspect of legislative implementation that we are not yet aware would have a requirement to adjust a reg. But in that situation, we have not been asked to go back and continually update the unified regulatory plan in the past. But ORM does have a procedure where if we need to, we can update that plan later. Yeah.
Thank you.
Other comments here? Mr. Chapman, I will ask the board for consent on this. I think that what we probably should do here is take this on first review and bring it to final review in July, number one, and then ask to have the JLARC piece removed in that process, please, and have a deeper analysis with dates and other comments that have been made in order for the board to analyze it further in July. So if there's no, if the board is in favor of that, or if there are any comments to the negative of this option that I'm presenting here, please speak now. But I would just suggest that we take this on first review and get some further cleanup here, and take it on final review in July. You all good with that?
I agree with that and would move that revised motion.
Okay. So we'll take that on first review.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have to do anything?
Actually, no vote.
Okay,
just
good.
motion.
No. Okay. Item I, Mr. Chapman.
Yes, thank you very much. Item I is an item that came up. The board has recently undergone a periodic review of regulations of 8 VAC 20-340, which is its regulations governing driver education programs. After the periodic review, the board approved a couple of small cleanup items. And in the process of doing that, we discovered one further item that we thought worth an edit. This is a reference to what's called a document incorporated by reference into the regulatory chapter, which is the 2010 edition of the Curriculum and Administrative Guide for Driver Education in Virginia. This document is just simply out of date. We need to go about removing this, and in the process we found that there's a little language edit that we think will, we can remove it because this is already required in the statute that driver education programs teach programs of at least equal quality as what's taught in public school. So we think that that reference is strong enough to include not just the driver education document and its updated successor documents, but also any other material that the board and the department have put out for the driver education programs in public schools. And so we're presenting this on first review.
Okay, thank you. We will accept this item on first review and see you in July. At this time, we will take a 10-minute break and come back to do item J, please. Thank you. Thank you all. We are back and we are taking item J, please. Mr. Jennings.
Hello, thank you. Good morning, Board President Creasy, Superintendent Gullickson, and board members. Thank you for having us here today. I am Mark Jennings, the Executive Director of Accountability, and I'm joined by Assistant Superintendent of Government Relations, Ms. Melissa Velasquez. We have 3 presentations for you today. We're going to do these in chronological order, and the first will be on Virginia's school accreditation system. That'll be followed up with updates on the school quality profile, and then finally we'll discuss the implementation of the school performance and support framework.
The presentations are all online, but I think Mark needs to follow along with what's on the computer in front of him, just so that he's, yeah, pause for 60, please, 60 seconds.
So on the slide 2, you're going to see the graphic that we've been referring to here, and it has our bifurcated system. On the left side, you see the image where our Virginia School Performance and Support Framework is, that we've been coming, presenting and sharing information, webinars for the public, engaging with stakeholders. On the right side, you'll see the Virginia School Accreditation System. And as you see in our flow chart there, that has elements from the standards of quality and the standards of accreditation. That information, which we'll talk about today, then leads to an accreditation designation of fully accredited, conditionally accredited, or accreditation denied. And then that leads to both public reporting and support around those elements from the standards of quality and the standards of accreditation, which we'll speak to today. And I'm going to ask my colleague today, as we talk through both the standards of quality and standards of accreditation, some background and some history on these as we move forward in the presentation.
Good morning, board members. As I begin to age, I think I'm becoming the historian for the department. I have spent a lot of time at the history of the department for multiple questions I've had to answer over the years. And so they've asked me just to give a little bit of background for the public on the standards of quality, the historical aspect, and on the SOA. So for purposes of the standard of quality, our current constitution that we operate under was adopted and ratified in 1970, and the Constitution went into effect in July of '71. And within that new Constitution was Article 8, Section 2, which is requiring the prescription of the standards of quality by the Board of Education. And specifically, that language is that the standards of quality for the several school divisions shall be determined and prescribed from time to time by the Board of Education, subject to revision only by the General Assembly. So the General Assembly also codified those standards, and so the SOQ, this is believed to be the very first ever undertaking by a state to require by constitutional mandate standards of quality for public schools. And I happen to be looking through the old superintendent's annual reports back in 1938 and things like that just last night. They're online in one of the universities, and so doing just a little bit more historical research. And
Were you sleepless, Melissa?
I'm a big nerd. I love history, but yeah, the standards of quality by constitutional mandate, the first undertaking by a state to do so. In 1976, the standards were revised and giving priority to basic skills in reading, mathematics, and communication, and minimum objectives for children in grades at that time, kindergarten through 6. And of course, the SOQ, as we call them, have been amended by the board and revised by the General Assembly many times over the past 5 decades. My previous stint with the department, I had the privilege of working on a substantial revision and reorganization of the SOQ in 2004. That was a significant year. There was a significant influx of money from the Warner administration at the time in that reorganization. And that moves us into the standards of quality slide. The current standards, there are 9 standards, but standard 3 in particular requires the board to promulgate regulations establishing the standards for accreditation. And those elements, and that's done in accordance with the Administrative Process Act, of course. There are elements of that within the statute that requires the SOA to address student outcomes and growth measures, instructional programs for the integration of technology, administrative instructional staffing levels, positions including staff positions and that support educational technology, student services, library and media services, and the requirements that all children have to achieve to graduate from high school with one of the diplomas from the Board of Education. I hit my advance button a little bit too far, but and then of course requires school divisions to have community relations and the philosophy and objectives of this body, the public education system in Virginia. So with that, you know, the requirement to prescribe the SOQ, then the SOQ contains the requirement to promulgate the standards of accreditation. And the standards of accreditation for the Commonwealth are not new. Again, going back in history, the first evidence we have of standards of accreditation in the Commonwealth is 1903, when there were historical standards of accreditation, first starting with requirements for high schools. Requirements for elementary schools did not go into the accrediting standards until 1970. That was a recommendation of Superintendent of Public Instruction at the time. And of course, if you go to our department website, we have our standards of accreditation, historical documents on there back until 1970. So if you are a nerd like me and like to look at history, you can go back and look at the standards. And just as I had the privilege of working on the SOQ revisions in 2004, I had also the privilege of doing a substantial reorganization and redraft of the SOA in 2006 and again in 2008. I may have stopped having completely brown hair at the time. I think that's when I got my first gray hair during that time. But that leads you to the next slide about the standards of accreditation, and that Mark has for you. He's going to add a few things, but you know, the SOA is designed to provide the essential foundation of our educational program for our high quality standards that we have in our schools for our students. It is there to encourage the continuous evaluation, appraisal, and the improvement of those school programs, so that we do continually raise student achievement and provide our students with the high quality, excellent education that leads and prepares them for post high school opportunities. And part of the SOA, the integrity of that is to foster public confidence in our educational system, that we're evaluating schools and having high expectations for the school staff, and students. And again, to assure that the Virginia Public Schools and their institutions of learning, that they have the resources that they need and are providing that to the students. And then, of course, the outcome measures effectiveness of those schools and what is being provided to students. So I gave you the historical perspective. The real genius up here is Mark, and he's going to go over the changes that school division will have.
Thank you, Melissa. So we'll move to slide 4. In slide 4, you see there comparing the standards of accreditation. And what we want to share with you is the differences between the 2017 regulations establishing standards for accreditation, actually it's slide 6, my apologies, and the Virginia Standards of Accreditation adopted in 2024. And so what I want to share with you is only one new requirement was added between the 2017 version and the 2024 version. And that was in the area of comprehensive support and improvement schools, or CSI schools. And what they'll do is demonstrate that on their school improvement plan, which they were already being required to do, that they are implementing that with fidelity, that improvements being made. This is a connection between both federal and state law. Under federal law, these schools are required to demonstrate how they're allocating resources. And so this satisfies federal law and now state regulation. And so that piece was added. You can find in this section as well, it talks about schools doing a needs assessment to develop their plans. All schools are expected to do that. That was previously in Chapter 131, 400A. It was brought over here for consistency so the schools would see the connection. So it's not a new requirement, it was just making it more cohesive. Finally, you see actions prescribed for schools. Well, previously in Chapter 131, it was based on performance levels in the old state accreditation system. Now it's based on federally identified schools. So the actions were still being prescribed based on, the methodology, based on whether the state accreditation system or the now the cohesive performance and support framework. So really, again, not new. But the one item that was new is the area of the CSI schools looking at their school improvement plans and making sure they're following those with fidelity. Now on slide 7, you see overall Chapter 132. We're going to drill down into these different areas. There are 9 parts, and what we're going to spend our time on today is Part 9, the school accreditation section. And so if you move there to Section 300, you find the language that the board shall adopt a process to accredit schools based on the school accountability requirements and student outcome and growth measures, as well as compliance with standards for student achievement, school instructional programs, instructional leadership, facilities and safety, school and community communications described in this chapter. Again, this language is followed from the statute and the standards of quality that Melissa was speaking about. And so again, we're talking here about the decoupling between accountability and accreditation. Furthermore, it goes on and says the department shall develop guidance, templates, and exemplars, rubrics to demonstrate how it objectively measure school and division compliance, which each of the standards of accreditation described further on, which we'll look at. All such guidance shall be submitted to the board, which is what we're doing today, for approval, and final guidance shall be published on the department's website. And so I'll share with you where we are now and the vision of where we're headed in the work to come. So we'll move on to slide 9. And again, these are taken verbatim from the regulations. Again, this information is not new. You see here the principal of each new or existing school and the division superintendent shall annually document and report to the Department of Education in a manner prescribed by the board satisfactory evidence of the following. And what's going to happen between slides 9 through 13 is you're going to have a list of 11 items. Again, I draw to your attention that these 11 items, only one item is new from the previous 2017 standards, and that's specific to our CSI schools. The other items have been, and we were looking back, have been in the regulations for quite some time. Some of the wording might have changed here and there, but the essence has been there for quite some time. We also want to share here the role of the principal. Again, we look back to 1970s and saw the same language as Melissa was sharing around secondary schools, that the principals had the expectation to provide this information through their division superintendent to the department. And so we're doing work now with the different associations to do trainings with principals around these items, and that'll be moving forward for the 25-26 school year to ensure that both divisions and schools are aware of the regulations and what's required and that they're meeting these. I do want to share with you an important study that was done in 2021 from the Wallace Foundation called How Principals Affect Students in Schools. And in that study, which was a great synthesis from another 200 studies, they found 4 key drivers for effective behaviors from principals. And one of those was in how principals manage personnel and resources, how they build a productive school climate, how they foster collaboration and an instructional focus. And so here we see again the importance of resource allocation and how principals are managing those resources and the effect that it has in student achievement, which again helps as we talk about accountability through the performance system as well as the accreditation system. So as I shared earlier, as you navigate through the next few slides, you'll see the list of these 11 items. Not all schools will do all 11 items. When you get to 10 and 11, those are specific to, 10 is specific to federally identified schools, and 11 gets to schools that may have been non-compliant the year before, and they're addressing If they were non-compliant, what are they going to do differently? Now I'm going to take you to slide 24. And on 24, we're working through our flow chart here. We've talked about the elements, the standards of quality. Then we get to our standards of accreditation. We've seen our list. And you have this graphic. 14. Thank you. 14. I think I'm here. Sorry. The eyes. Thank you. So what you see in this graphic here is moving down to the accreditation designations. And again, a school will receive a fully accredited, conditionally accredited, accreditation denied. So again, going back to that original slide with our two flow charts, schools will receive or earn a score out of 100 for the performance framework. They will also have a designation as far as a performance category. And then schools on the accreditation side will have either fully accredited, conditionally accredited, or accreditation denied. And that moves us to slide 15, which will talk about these three. So fully accredited, based on the regulations, are all required evidence is submitted to the department, all evidence is satisfactory and approved for compliance. If we talk about conditionally accredited, then there's a piece of required evidence that's been submitted, but it was determined to be unsatisfactory. And the school will have the opportunity to successfully submit additional evidence to meet the conditions of the department and then could become fully accredited. Accreditation denied is a school that's been designated conditionally accredited, but the school or school division fails to submit the required additional documentation, and over a pattern of time, that would trigger additional action by the board, presentations to the board. So again, to begin with, there's quite opportunities that schools would have if they're conditionally accredited to submit the artifacts to then move to fully accredited. So I want to share with you some next steps, and we're now on slide 17. I want to share with you a study that was done, that was commissioned in 2018 by for the Joint Legislative Audit and Review Commission, or as we refer to, JLARC. And they approved this study in 2018 to look at the role of educating students in Virginia, evaluating the Department of Education. This report was published in 2020. And in that report, the first recommendation they had from this is that the VDOE, the department, could do more to effectively supervise local school divisions. You'll find the table from that report that shows, the feedback they have as far as the criteria and areas where the department was strong, but again, areas where the department could improve. This is important, and I'll read to you the quote here that you're seeing on slide 18. VDOE is fully meeting some, but not all criteria for effective supervision of local school divisions. And then they refer to the table. VDOE efficiently collects and reports compliance information and data from school divisions for 41 federal and state requirements. School divisions also rate VDOE's guidance and assistance for reporting compliance with state standards highly. However, the long-standing approach VDOE uses to supervise school divisions has limitations. VDOE primarily supervises divisions by asking them to self-certify whether they are complying with state standards. The agency independently verifies compliance for some, but not all, standards and monitors implementation of corrective actions for federal standards, but does not always do so for state standards. In addition, information collected from school divisions is not always adequate to determine compliance. Given the substantial amount of funding the state provides to the public education system, the extensive standards schools must comply with, and the importance of providing a quality education to each child, consideration should be given to strengthening VDOE's supervision of school divisions. More comprehensive and effective state supervision for a subset of key standards could help to ensure that all school divisions meet their educational responsibilities. This is a report we refer to in the department quite a bit. And so in this area, this is something we were looking back at as we talk about Virginia's school accreditation system. And so I bring you to the next slide. And so I'm sharing with you where we are now, but where we're headed. And so for 25-26, moving into the new school year, thinking about the evidence here from JLARC, and also from that study, the department did embark on a pilot program, and that was submitted after that was completed. And that was focusing on the standards of quality compliance, but is still around these themes of monitoring and report. And so I share that with you, and I have a copy of it with me here, but I share that with you because what we're doing is moving forward, we're examining what we've learned from these other studies and programs, these lessons learned. As we met with divisions, all 131, we've examined the data. What did we learn there that we can move forward with? And so I'm sharing that with you because we don't want to, repeat. We want to learn from it and grow and continuous improvement and do better. And so for the 25-26 school year, we are developing a new office under the Chief Operations Officer to have staff focus solely on supporting schools with accreditation and cross-collaboration with other offices in the department. Secondly, we are going to be developing additional guidance, templates, exemplars, and rubrics to demonstrate how the department will objectively measure school and division compliance with each of the standards of accreditation. That's taken verbatim from the regulations. The department's working on a process to collect, review, and provide feedback on school and division documents, and developing an implementation plan and training schedule for the fall of 2025 for school divisions. This is something we're doing in partnership with stakeholder groups. We've already been meeting with superintendent organizations through regional meetings. We met with VAS. We've met with the Secondary Principal Association. We have meetings scheduled with the School Boards Associations, the Elementary School Association, to have them come alongside us and give us feedback through this process. Again, we have lessons we've learned from an earlier study we've done over multiple years, and so we're taking that, working with the stakeholders group to build a very robust system to accredit our schools, where in Virginia the expectation is all schools are fully accredited, and they can be. And so we're going to be looking for evidence where principals can showcase how their schools are satisfying these requirements. What you'll find on the next slide is we want to share with you that the 11 items I drew your attention to earlier previously, for quite some time, have been embedded on the Standards of Quality Compliance Report. Our division superintendents have been filling this out for, I will say, decades. And so we pulled those items out, and so what we're asking for today for the first review is you're seeing those items pulled out of that report. On your screen there on the slide, on the left side, you have the Standards of Quality Compliance Report from last year. You see one of the items, numbered 5, staffing requirements. And you see, the code cited, chapter 131, 240, and you have 3 bullets that give you some explanation to that. On the right side, you see our proposal here. It's now number 4, administrative and support staff. We've unpacked, and this is now 132, 230, we've unpacked through all those bullets the specific regulations so that both division superintendents and school principals have greater clarity on what is meant by staffing requirements. Previously they would have to go click on the code and read and search and find. What we've done here is we've unpacked it for them so they have it right there. And in fact, with this document, if you click on those links, it'll take you specifically to the regulation with that highlighted. This is not something new. It's not something the department's created as far as the regulations. They're there, but it helps draw you to the language so you see how this information connects. And so this area we wanted to just highlight for you so you would see the differences. And so that both school principals, divisions could look at this and see sort of the expansive nature, the clarity, the transparency around what schools are required to do. On the next slide you have here, we're asking for first review of Virginia's School Accreditation Report. Again, in this document, and it's attachment 1 here, publicly available, these pages go through the 11 items we've discussed earlier, and it again unpacks, it articulates for you all the embedded regulations under that area. And so anyone, the public, community members, principals, would have great understanding of what is meant in the regulations under these areas. The first one, promotion and retention. What is included in that? What do the regulations say? And then it walks through whether graduation requirements, we talked about staffing requirements, school plans, and on down the list. So I want to summarize now for you on slide 22. So to be clear, for school year 24-25 that is now concluded, schools are finishing, division superintendents will still complete this report. We again have pulled it out of the Standards of Quality Compliance Report for greater clarity and understanding as we build the system, but division superintendents will still complete this report. Again, only one new requirement was added since the 2017 regulations, and that's specific to CSI schools. They would complete that. The proposed report we share with you today draws from the JLARC study that we've referred to, using even our own findings and the pilot study that was done subsequently after that. I think you're seeing the proposed report provides more depth and clarity on the existing regulations and provides opportunities for divisions to showcase how they're fulfilling these requirements. In alignment with the board's guiding principles in public reporting, this information will be shared with the public and to be more transparent on how schools are meeting these obligations. And this will allow schools to document how they're satisfying the Virginia Standards Accreditation and showing their commitment to public education, higher expectations for its students, and utilizing the resources to improve our student outcomes. So at this time, the Superintendent of Public Instruction recommends the board receive for first review the Virginia School Accreditation Report.
So, I just want to take a moment to just say, I am really sorry that the board was not properly informed prior to now on this particular issue to get information sooner to the field. And really specifically, I'm super thankful for Superintendent Gullickson in her identification of the work that should have been done by the board, as she is leading us now with the highest integrity and efficiency and effectiveness as we move forward. I appreciate her commitment to the work to have updates each month on this particularly critical issue and area of work. And additionally, I want to, from the bottom of my heart, thank the department staff for their collaboration, hand-holding, moving forward in this process, because without their flexibility and their expertise moving us down this pathway, we couldn't do the work that has to be done. And so we will be looking at this over the next several months through the lens of accreditation for the board and our work throughout the summer and in through the fall. So just so that everyone is aware of the direction that we're going in. I do want to make a specific comment on slide 20 and 21. I do think that this is going to be a particularly valuable change for those in school divisions who are responsible for policy and informing their school boards on how to move forward with these policies and procedures around those policies. So I think this is going to be really super helpful for the field, and I'm thankful for the work that the department has put into this.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments? Mr. Rotherham?
Thank you, Madam President. I want to echo everything that you just said and underscore particularly how grateful we are for the department, the work that's been done, and for Secretary Gullickson, your leadership in getting us here. I'm excited about this. I think like part of making sure that public schools stay as a broad-based institution is really transparent reporting about what's going on in communication, and this I think is a fantastic step forward, and really during my time on the board, the most important thing I think that we've done. But it's also an opportunity for a lot of confusion. So can you talk about how are we going to make sure we've got a new performance framework coming in and there's pieces coming into play on that we have reports on the agenda today on some of the processes on that. We're going to have the accreditation reports, which again, I think are great. Like, what is our effort to communicate to stakeholders and the public what's going on and the difference between these things and so forth and that thing? Because it seems like there's an opportunity for some confusion.
So my next presentation is, we're going to address that, but I'll answer now and then I'll elaborate on the next presentation. We're beginning our messaging now, and we're very excited. We have a new communications director who's beginning at the department. Very excited about that and getting the communications, again, started early. You heard earlier some public comment around when this information is released. And so we had talked, with the word in Virginia accreditation and the weight that it carries and sort of the understanding of the public, do you separate those or do you do it at the same time? And so you heard the public comment earlier from VAST that we do everything at one time. And part of that is, and we've met with superintendents and heard that feedback before, is that when you stagger release of information, which I'll address later, again, it's going back to your boards, back to the public, having to explain things. And so we'll ask the board around that too, your thoughts on how this information gets released. But you'll see in my next presentation some steps we're already taking to separate and clarify what accreditation means, what the performance categories mean, how that's being reported publicly, and to really be clear around Accreditation comes from satisfying these 11 items, and then accountability, performance category comes from the framework. And so beginning that messaging now, and our goal here is to really equip our divisions, our school principals, the public, that when they look at these public reports, that we're speaking with one voice, one message. So we've been discussing releasing soon one-pagers. Again, you're going to find in my next presentation, we've already started making changes to the school quality profile to really start shifting the narrative and being very clear around that. So in this process, again, you'll see in the next presentation, but for the accreditation page on the school quality profile, again, it'll be based on the requirements there, these 11 items, versus based on academics. And so, again, just starting to shift that narrative.
Yeah, I think that input-output thing is going to be very important. I mean, other states, there's so much information here, which is great. I'm thinking like of California, where parents basically get, it's like a Picasso when it gets to you, this sort of mosaic of colors. And you'll hear from people who work in the sector professionally, and they say they have trouble making heads or tails of it. And some people out there say that might even be by design. And so I just want to make sure, because it seems like it's going to be very easy for people to be confused, to pick the one that they like more or less. And that we're very clear. One of these is outcomes and what's going on, and one of these is inputs. They're both important, but they're measuring two different things. And it just seems like there's, with so many moving parts, I just think we're going to have to be just extremely focused on that.
Thank you.
Ms. Holton?
Just to follow up on that, am I correct in understanding, Mark, I appreciate your very clear presentation, but under the old system and continuing now, accreditation denied is going to be very rare, hopefully zero, right? That a school will only be accreditation denied if they haven't complied, the department's worked with them and haven't been able to get them into compliance, and brings the matter before the board for a board vote. I think that's actually required by the statute now.
Absolutely, yeah. The statute is very clear that multiple measures are in place, both on the department's responsibility, the schools, multiple opportunities before it would get to an accreditation denied status.
So on this input side of things, essentially what we're talking about is schools are going to be fully accredited if they've got all their paperwork straight, and they're going to be conditionally accredited if the divisions and the department are still working on the paperwork conversation, so to speak.
Right.
It's not really, to Mr. Rotherham's point, the public communication will all be around, should all be around the focus on the accountability framework. That the accreditation is really going to be inside baseball, and that's by design.
Yeah, so remember, that was like the whole point of us moving to that
Right.
bifurcated system, was to ensure that schools were all on that same level playing field and capable, regardless of location, funding, any of those things, to be able to be on that same, to reach that accreditation status.
Yep. So a couple of other things, just if I may. I appreciate the fact that you are working hard with the stakeholders, and particularly the superintendents and principals associations. I'll just point out that while I understand there are no new requirements, if you look at, I think it's slide 20, the left-hand side this is one of 11 items. The left-hand side requires divisions to say yes to one question. The right-hand side, the new one, requires them to say yes to one. And I think that's going to be clicking through on a compliance document, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and then there's 11 more that have broken down. And I understand the reasons why we're doing this, and I think it's useful to gather this extra information, but just in terms of the ease of submission, the mechanical process of how you have, the technical process of how you have this, these reports submitted, I'm confident you all can work with the stakeholders to make sure it's not a burden of a whole lot of extra compliance, but rather is helping them go through the decision tree to make sure they're in the right place on all those extra pieces, but without, the last thing any of us wants is more bureaucratic steps. So I appreciate the fact that you're working with them, and that's just a comment.
Can I just jump in real quick on that? So I think the purpose in that, So if you look on the left side, the school division is in compliance with staffing requirements, including teaching loans and planning periods. So many of those questions speak to that in a way more detailed sense. And so from my perspective, the feedback that I provided was just asking school divisions to go and do the work of what does staffing compliance mean? That means they have to go through and look at all of these things and see all of these staffing compliance requirements that are laid out on the right side. So my feedback was it's necessary for them to have this roadmap laid out for them in order to just make lives easier instead of having to do that digging and instead of inventing the wheel in every single school division, let's just lay it out for them and show them exactly what the things are that they have to do as far, I mean, that just a small example of the staffing requirements piece, just over here is just far more detailed and spelled out about exactly what staffing requirements means. So that was the point.
Thanks. And that you are helping me remember one other thing. I see the difference between the left-hand side and the right-hand side. And again, I'm sure you all are working to figure this out, but the left-hand side is designed to be answered by the school division. The right-hand side, some of that's the school division and some of that's the school. So, is one form going to be, some of the submission going to be from principals and some of it from divisions, or is it going to be the divisions submitting on behalf of all of their principals? And again, just figuring out the ease of compliance. I'm sure you all are working on that.
So I'll provide some feedback. We're working right now on a different platform to collect this information, really with that sense of being user-friendly. And so we've been talking through sort of the clicks, the number of clicks to answer the items, and sort of by default it's this, or sort of making it, and we're going to get stakeholder feedback on that. For 24-25, the divisions will be submitting this on behalf of all their schools. Moving forward, principals would complete this, but to your point as well, some of these items are specific to the division, and we're not going to ask the school, the division would satisfy that requirement, answer on behalf of all the schools. And so, in some of these items, you'll see they're specific to elementary schools, so we wouldn't put that for the high school. And so we're working through that in the future as we develop this. If I'm a high school and I log in and my school's listed there, I'm going to get items that pertain to secondary schools. And so you will see the numbers be reduced based on the type of school. But for 24-25, the divisions will submit one on behalf of all their schools. Moving forward, 25-26, the principals would end up completing this for their individual school, but it would be tailored for that school.
I'm sure, again, you all are going to figure this all out in the best possible way, but I do wonder whether you lose something by not having the superintendents be responsible for herding cats on the principal. So by having having the principals submit to their superintendent, who then submits the package to you.
That's how it will be done.
Okay,
Sorry, I should be
good,
clear.
good,
Yeah,
good, good.
everything runs through the division superintendent.
Good,
The
good.
department will not.
You don't have to,
collect the
you don't want to
records.
interact with 1,700 principals. You want to interact with 130 division
The
superintendents.
superintendent will certify the overall results, but they will ensure that the principals have completed it. Yes, ma'am.
And then,
And I do think that that's going to be helpful to the school building itself, because with the building principal not directly involved at this current time, I do see that there's that ability for sort of things to be lost in translation between the direction that the division superintendent maybe wants the school to go in, or the principal sees on the ground every day in his or her building. So I think this is going to provide a better line of communication to perhaps inform the superintendent and then the Department of Education more thoroughly as to what each school is actually doing, obviously by way, finally, of the division superintendent, but still having more voice from the principal as it's been written, for a while. I think if we really focus on what's been there and exercise that to the fullest extent, it's going to be, I think, a different story in terms of how we're telling the story of the successes of the schools.
and Mark, I have one final item, but maybe it goes to a later. You're going to talk about the accountability framework
in the third presentation.
Okay,
Yes,
great.
ma'am.
I'll save my last question for that.
Yes. And I will say to that, we've been talking through, and we're going to work with our stakeholder groups around this. You know, currently, this is collected at the end of the school year. But when you look at these measures and you look at a feedback loop, it's important that this be timely. In the school safety and facilities section, there are items specific to when it occurred during the school year. One of them actually in the regulation states it's supposed to happen in the first week of the school year. So to do that at the end of the school year and then say, well, I didn't do that, I'm now out of compliance, my school is a condition accredited. So what we're going to be doing is with this fall and this training is setting up, you know, data collection throughout the school year. And so that way we're collecting it at a time, giving feedback at a time, and then that way principals, divisions aren't burdened to say, hey, it's the end of a school year with all the other data collection you're doing and trying to close out a school year, send all this information to us. But we also want to draw attention to specific things in the regulations that state by middle of the year you've done this, by beginning of the year you've done this. And so that way, again, there's a timely feedback process to say, well, you know, if you miss that benchmark, you know, you want to address it now versus, well, now the school year's over and I didn't know I was supposed to do that. So we will be getting the information out this summer into the fall, but specific things that have time, that are time sensitive, we want to draw attention to those as well.
Other questions or comments here before Mark moves to the next section? Okay.
Thank you. And as stated earlier, we'll be back each month, Melissa and I, and we'll be providing updates on Virginia's school accreditation system. So thank you for accepting for first review the report there. I'm going to move now to school quality profiles, and this will go to some of the comments from board member Rotherham. And so now I'm on slide 24, and I want to provide for you the current school quality profile. So these, and I'm very, very proud of this, the school quality profile satisfies both state and federal requirements in reporting. And under the Every Student Succeeds Act, they have quite the manual of things that each state has to provide. And what I want to share with you is our state report card has been evaluated by USCD. This was maybe about a year ago. And we received a nice letter of commendation that we are in full compliance. And so it's just something I share with you. I have colleagues in other states who are struggling with their report cards to get full compliance. And so it's just something we're proud of in Virginia, that we are satisfying all the federal requirements, and we have state requirements that we're doing there as well. So the school quality profiles were developed by the State Board of Education in response to the 2015 Virginia General Assembly, directed the board to redesign online reports for schools and school divisions to more effectively communicate to parents and the public about the status and achievements of Virginia's public schools. School quality profiles are available for all schools, school divisions, and for the state. And what I'll say to you here is, because it is open access, we at the department use this in numerous trainings, reports, of course, our school quality office. It's just a nice tool that whatever audience we're talking to, everybody has access to it. We can pull it up and share a screen and use it. And so moving forward, which I'll talk about today, that guiding principle is something with stakeholder input, that transparency piece, we definitely want to capitalize on. I do want to share with you that our current school quality profile is built on what's called a WordPress platform. Again, it was designed in 2015. And that is no longer supported by the Virginia Information Technology Agency, or we refer to them as VITA. In addition, necessary enhancements are prohibited because the platform would no longer meet established security standards. So we can only make so many changes, and if we make too many changes, then there are security protocols that there are concerns around that, and so we're limited is the bottom line. And then the existing features, they no longer satisfy the department's expectations for a modern business intelligence tool. And so again, things that you might see on other websites or applications, and could we do this? Again, with the WordPress platform, we're limited. And then, like I said, the security reasons as well in VITA. So for those reasons, you'll hear me talk later, we're looking to move into a new website. And that's the strong rationale for why that needs to be done. I do want to walk you through the Virginia School Quality Profile, because for this currently, and then for the upcoming year, the information will be flowing through there. And so now on this slide, you see the splash page, the launch page of Virginia School Quality Profile. You have there at the bottom state reports. They can browse by division or browse by school. And so, and you can enter, addresses, you can enter, if you do the drop down there, you can actually, if you're a House of Delegates member or state senator, you can actually look in certain areas as well and look at schools in your area.
Madam President, may I just add, Mark, for anybody who's trying to play along and look at newer members may not know, but it's a little tricky to find the school quality profiles from the DOE website. But if you just search Virginia School Quality Profile on Google or whatever search you're using, it will come up. It's schoolqualityprofile.gov, I think, something like that.
So on the next slide here, I'm on 26. You'll see I'm going to walk you through each of, we call them tabs or pages. And so you'll see I'm starting with the first one. This is our state report, again, required under federal law that each state does this and has certain information. And so the first one you have here is assessments. In Virginia, we refer to them as the annual pass rates under the federal law, student achievement results. This is the report we put out in August. It's a calculation of the students who took the test, did they pass or fail? It's the first one, the media is going to report, schools are going to report, your local school boards. And that is available, again, we normally do that in August. And so that's the information you're seeing on that. You've got previous years, a 3-year trend here. You can choose which year, test, reading, math, science, and then update the chart. The other piece I want to draw your attention to is you can select student groups. We have specific student groups based on the population of Virginia that we report for federal requirements, and so you could select on those and see how students groups are doing. And then you have, we call them racial ethnic groups or programmatic groups, students with disabilities, economic disadvantage, and English learners, again, required under federal law. So you can see their performance. At the bottom of this screen here, you see the show data. And by clicking on that, I'm taking you to the next slide, where I provide for you now a table. And you can see from the table, again, 3 years trend. It breaks down the data. Did students score advanced, proficient? Did they pass? Did they fail? And so again, you see the student groups. Even more student groups are provided there. And you've got some detailed information there at the bottom. But as you're navigating through the website and clicking on some of these features, you can download things. You can get explanations. And again, you have access to more data. So that was our first tab. On slide 28, we go to our next tab, and that's enrollment. And enrollment here has 2 years of data, and you're looking, again, this is statewide data. You can start to see across the state or division or school, again, as you drill down, the enrollment. How many students were enrolled this year versus last year, and you can see the breakdown by grade levels. The next tab or screen is going to be college career readiness. This is going to give you data specific, most of the specific here, some from Virginia, and how we calculate graduation rates and the diploma types. And then as you move down, you're going to have some advanced programs in Virginia. There'll be information there on that page, IB, AP, things like that. Post-secondary enrollment is on this page, and along with CTE. How are students completing credentials, which credentials? And then the last part of that is going to be ASVAB. How many students took ASVAB and were they successful? So that current college and career readiness holds that information.
Madam President? So Mark, just so I'm clear, on that college and career readiness indicator tab, what we have now is the old college career readiness metric, but as of sometime soon, it will be the new college career readiness metric?
So, I love this. So what you're seeing here, and that's why I'm going with the words on the screen, we're going to change some of the language to match, because the framework, we call it readiness. Here it's called college and career readiness. And so we are going to change some of the language. Some of these reports are required for federal, like the table on CT is required for federal. And so that'll stay on that page. You're not seeing it on this slide. That'll stay on that page. But the framework with its readiness will include all the 3 E's and all these other components as well.
But in other words, is there going to be, so you haven't yet told us how the new accountability framework and et cetera is going to fold into this site. So I hear you, you're getting to that. But right. The college and career readiness tab, even despite the limitations of WordPress, that's going to change to a 3E readiness tab?
No.
No.
That's going to fall, and you're a couple slides ahead of me. You're good. That's going to fall to the new framework page that would have 3E and all that information.
So it means that board, we'll talk about this more later, but you all are going to have your work cut out for you, because to Andy's point, until you get these two systems fully integrated, the public's going to see two different readiness metrics on the website.
So that is why, to your point, that we're going to rename this. And again, we're going to satisfy some of the federal requirements, but to your point too, we're going to align and combine as much as we can. And so for that very reason, as you're describing, for clear, consistent messaging.
And I think the point here is that it's not, that the current way, the WordPress is not going to be accepting of sort of the innovative needs of the new information that needs to be expressed on the website, if I'm understanding. Yeah.
And so with this migration that I'm going to get to, it's definitely for this year, is we want to ensure we're meeting federal requirements, and as we can combine and align things, we will. We don't want redundancy. We're not going to put them in both places if we don't have to. But we're going to make sure as we migrate that information is cohesive, especially with the framework in 3E, it'll be reported. If federal requires it to be a little more, detailed, we can put that there as well. But for now, we want to make sure we include the information where it is to satisfy the requirements. The next slide here is on finance. Again, I've given you, screenshots here of the state finance, and it has the expenditures for instruction. You get federal, you get state, you get local, you get a 3-year, you can look here over 3 years. You also have here, I highlighted for you again, where you can choose, so this is great for the public, what data source is this coming from, how is this information being provided, and so you can choose the hide or show explanation. And so for this one, it's showing you by state for the school year, 23-24 per pupil spending. And so you can look at that state level, division level, or school level and really drill down on the financial side. Our next page gives you learning climate. Currently, it has our chronic absenteeism, which is also reported in another place, kind of to your comments, Board Member Holton, around some of this information and where information lives. On this page, you'll also find school safety, suspension, expulsion rates, free reduced meals. You'll find that on this page. And then at the bottom, we also have civil rights data. So a number of things, a number of information, again, state, federal requirements around climate, school environment that you'll find on this page. The next page gives you teacher quality. You'll see there at the top, student-teacher ratios. We have data on the experience of teachers, or the experience, inexperience, basically how many years they've been in the profession, if they're licensed or provisionally licensed. It's both for teachers and administrators. And we talk about this both in high poverty, low poverty schools, and all schools, and really examining, especially under Title I, the requirements here for the public to have very transparent information if their school's a Title I, the level of expertise of those teachers in the building. So this, again, is the state report of that information, but you can see both at the division and school, and you can see comparisons. My school versus another school, the staffing experience, the administrative experience, and then degrees also on that page. What types of degrees do the teachers or the administrators have? On our next page, we have the ESSA page. This is federal reporting, and again includes our long-term goals and interim measures of progress. And then we have 2 more tabs for you. School readiness, which we're talking about, again, renaming, again, around that readiness word. This currently has a preschool experience, which we're talking about that, and currently has our PALS data. Again, with VALS, we're talking about revamping this and what the data looks like. So this is a good time with some of these other programs to really reconsider and have the board weigh in on how you want data to be visualized. And then our final tab is on what's called MOP, or Multi-Division Online Provider Program. The Code of Virginia allows school divisions to partner with online providers. They're still responsible, school divisions still responsible for the instruction of those students. And so this is showing the results if school divisions participate with a multi-online division provider. And so you can see at the state level, if the division participates, how are the students performing on assessments. And so that's what that information is. The next page I have for you here on slide 36 is just a sample of the school information. And so what you'll see, and Board Member Rotherham talked about it earlier, you'll see now if the public or anyone goes to the page, the accreditation page or tab currently says coming fall 2025, a new look for school accreditation. So we've already started shifting on the school accreditation page, that the previous information that was there with the test results has been removed. And so we're going to start moving to put the 11 items I described to you to really start helping the public see what does accreditation look like in Virginia. Now, as I just said that, you might think, well, we want access to that information, and so I'll still show you where that all is available. We didn't remove it completely. It's still available to the public. And so on slide 37, you see with the new design, a new tab will be added that will say School Performance and Support Framework. It'll be the first tab. This tab will take you to a new website. And why are we going to a new website is because, again, this current platform, the WordPress platform, has reached its shelf life. And so that is where we'll start moving information over the 25-26 year to start moving everything to the new website, but we're going to begin with the framework. And so that's where you'll see this information, and to Board Member Holton's comments earlier, we'll start moving things over, beginning with the framework first. Now, as I shared, slides 38 discuss where anyone can go find the information. So while we've removed the data from the accreditation tab, it is still available, still on the school quality profile. You can go to the top and download data, and you can pull the information by state, division, or school. You can download up to 3 years. Another way you can still find it is on the DOE website. All school accreditation reports going back since 2014, you can download an Excel spreadsheet for division schools. So all that information's there if someone wants to go back and look at the data. So I want to summarize for you on slide 40 what's in development. We have met multiple times with Data Quality Campaign. I believe they sent you a letter to talk about some of the work and some of their recommendations. We've been consulting with them about looking at states and best practices in design. One of their themes was to make information easy to find, easy to use, and easy to understand. And really, what a great opportunity for Virginia to redesign its report card and think about that messaging. They shared in 2017, all states, were doing this under ESSA, and now we're choosing to do this, which is different. We get to tell our story versus being required to do it. We've been working with Learning Heroes to capture the best methods to reach our audience, our community members and parents in that user-friendly language. And we've already been engaging and would continue to engage with stakeholder groups in this process, including you. We'll come back each month with updates and get your response and reactions on the development. Some other immediate next steps. You've already seen the accreditation page has already been updated to start shifting some language. We continue to review some items and meet with potential vendors. We're talking about, again, the new website design to come out this fall and then start moving to the website over the coming months. And then again, as I shared, we'll continue to come back to the board and meet with different stakeholder groups to get your reaction. And this would conclude part 2 of the presentation.
Mr. Rotherham.
Thank you, Mark. There's a lot here to like. I'm excited about the direction you all are going. Just a couple of things. I think and this will be a macro for my theme. I think people need context and comparison points. And so there's just a number of places where we provide data. But so for example, I'm looking at a high school I'm familiar with, and there's 113 behaviors that impede academic progress. 113, oh my gosh, that sounds like a lot, but how does that compare? That needs to, I think, be put in context with district, state averages. So people have some kind of reference point, because 113, that could be an awful lot. That could actually be below what you see, and you can see that sort of for all the different kinds of things. Likewise, we have no way to compare. So we show the different rates by different subgroups, so Hispanic students, Black students, but there's no way to sort of compare that with overall averages. And I think we want to make sure the data tool, just to give decontextualized data. If you're a power user and you know what you're looking for, but if you're just someone who's trying to figure out what's going on and so forth, so I would just urge us to, for each of these, I like that we have a definition of proficiency where it says you can find, more information, but can we, as we go through this work with the process, make sure that's linked to, and just very what does that actually mean? Okay. In layman's terms, and there's things where you'll look and no data will come up, and it's because the n size is too small, and we say value too small, but again, if you're a power user, you're gonna be, oh, okay, value, I get it, but if you're someone who's just trying to figure out, you can be wait, why is this pie chart not changing for me? And so I just want to make sure we're being as user-friendly as possible. So that's my first point. And I think there's just a number of places where we have some room to ceiling there, where there is even just contextual data just within the state, just to compare it to and help people get a frame of reference. And then my second comment is simply, Ms. Holton's point, like, you shouldn't have to use Google to sort of, like, I worry a great deal that these report cards, they're like the Iranian nuclear program. They're interesting, important, and deeply buried. And we should figure out, we shouldn't have to go, like, knowing that you can go through Google is like that's like a workaround. So what can we do? Because I'm worried, I've asked over the years for usage data. I've never gotten it, and I'm very concerned about, like, and we should, all this work, we want to make sure it's actually being used. And so to figure out what can we do? And I think working with Learning Heroes is great. Is there stuff we can be pushing out, like all of that, but to make sure that we're not building all this just for ourselves.
Excellent.
But again, thank you. I like the direction it's going, and I applaud the work that you all are doing.
Thank you.
I just want to say thank you. I know Dr. Northern asked for the information on slide 40 in our last meeting, so thank you for making sure to integrate that here as well. Are there any other questions or comments? Ms. Holton?
Yes, thank you, Mark, and thank you, Superintendent Gullickson. I know you're hard engaged on this work too, and how important it is. I will say I'm disappointed, as I know we all are, that we're at the stage we are at on this work now. This is really where we should have been a year ago, once we adopted the accountability framework. I have my disagreements over pieces of it, but the whole point of an accountability framework is transparency, and we're a year behind, at least, on turning what we did a year ago into information that's usable to the public in any fashion. And I will just tell you that when we adopted this is one of these, the last time we did this, things I say, but it is the case that the last time we did this back in 2015, 2016, 2017, the department was engaged over a matter of years. The board was engaged over a matter of many, many months. Diane Atkinson, in a very bipartisan way, led a committee where we wrestled over exactly what we wanted portrayed and how highlighted on the school quality profile. We did a lot of work to get to the point where we had this system, which, while we now all know that there's a lot of flaws and a lot of things we want to improve upon it, it was our first public accountability system in Virginia, and it has served us well over many years. So, but I will say the board was intimately involved with it, I guess, is my bottom line, and I hope this board, you all going forward, remain intimately involved and take advantage of the great work the department is doing with stakeholders, but this is really your responsibility, and to make sure that it meets your needs. It's going to be a mess for a while because the new system won't be integrated into the old system. The one thing I would say on that is, even though the old system has all its imperfections and is hard to find, I do think it is used a lot by, it may not be used by the public very much, but I know it's used by researchers, academics. I send students to it, graduate students to it all the time, colleagues in the university ed policy setting. We use this regularly, and I think school divisions use it regularly. How's my school doing on some subgroup on reading compared to the division, compared to the state, et cetera, et cetera. So all that to say, as you work to transition to the new system, please don't throw out the old system until you can replace it. So even though, for instance, on readiness, it will be very confusing to have an old readiness metric and a new readiness metric, I just think don't lose the value that's here, the finance information, the teacher quality information, all of that, until that can be captured in the new system. I really, and I do understand that that's, Mark, your plan is to keep the old system up as much and intact as much as possible. And it does, to a point we've discussed before. For instance, the test scores are all there. And, folks who've worried before, oh, well, we're losing, we're not communicating about actual test scores because we're combining proficiency with growth. No, we don't do that here. These are proficiency rates that are produced. And so we have been transparent with the public. Don't lose any of that as you migrate to the new system, even though that will mean that it's going to be a mess for a year or so. And all that's just by way of comment, not question.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think I think it's clear that communication is critical. And that's a commitment that staff and the board has made and will continue to make moving forward, to make sure that the field is well aware of what is there and what is coming and what is side by side at different times. So that's the most critical factor here.
And the board has, I mean, we have done some work on it. Back when we were adopting the framework, we did give some, you know, we talked about having a placemat style, you know, growth, readiness, et cetera. And talked to, even there were suggestions that, I don't know that we adopted them as a group, but Alan Siebert, I remember raising that we could have some green, yellow, reds, or some arrow directions. But anyway, all that, how you portray the new framework on that tab in the new system, those are board calls. Those are board decisions that the board's had some input in, but you all should be making going forward.
Yep.
And so we will be back for those conversations to the board, and it'll be ongoing work as far as, you know, moving from one website to another website with that information. And we're excited about that. So for the final presentation, we're moving now from 24-25, some of the changes through the summer into the fall into next year. And so what we want to share in this final presentation are the next steps on the school performance and support framework. And so I'm on slide 42 of the presentation. And so I'm going to share with you today 10 items, and then I'll give you context to all 10 of these items, that when we talk about, again, our cohesive...
Mark, can I jump in here?
Sure, yes, ma'am.
I just want to see, before we move to the final presentation that Mark is giving us, would you all prefer to take a break now for lunch or get through this and then take a break for lunch? Keep going. Okay. We'll go get through this one and then take lunch.
Thank you. Oh, no, you're fine. And so on slide 43, you see the 10 items there, and so I want to give you context to those and sort of provide for you a roadmap of where we're going. The intention of this is, obviously, we're at the June board meeting. We'll be back in July, August, and September. And so we're looking for probably a first review in August, final review in September. We want complete transparency with the public and give them the entire summer to comment on this. We've already started stakeholder engagement. We'll have public comment coming online here at the end of June. And so we'll be providing that to the board in ongoing updates, just as, you know, things are considered. And then, like I said, looking for probably first review in August, final review at the end of September. This would be through our state plan, and that's why we're calling it Amendment 9 to our state plan with our cohesive accountability system. And so I'm going to walk through all 10 items for you. Some of these are more minor, but I do think it's important to draw it to your attention in the public. The first one is around some calculation methodology. Currently, the Mastery Index has we have assessments that have 4 performance levels and some that have 3. And so what I'll bring back to the board is the considering of if an assessment only has 3 performance levels, and I'm referring to end-of-course assessments and the Virginia Alternate Assessment Program, VAP test, that we consider the Mastery Index for those assessments. So currently, again, no decisions today, but currently it's a 0.25, 0.75, a 1.25. And so what we'll talk about is still doing the 1.25, the 1 point, but looking at perhaps a 0.5 for assessments with 3 performance levels. Secondly, our participation rate. This is required under federal. It's very important in the calculations. We have a new N size, a student group size of 15, which greatly impacts participation rate. And so what we're going to bring back to you is considering a higher N size only for participation rate. Again, that'll be a separate presentation. I'll go in detail and show you what that means. It basically reduces the burden on schools. It doesn't have them do as much reporting, but it still keeps the 15 for student group size, but it allows that participation rate to be higher. And so we've talked with US Ed and some other states that have done that to truly help sort of, you know, looking at the numbers and the calculations. On the next slide here, you see the conversation around growth. This summer, we'll be exploring with some stakeholder groups looking at how Virginia calculates growth. Currently, we're using a system that's value added, and so we'll be looking at that and exploring sort of the value added process. Previously, Virginia's used what it called progress tables, or the literature refers to as value tables. We'll look at that as well, and student growth percentiles. So we're going to talk about those different growth models, and then for the upcoming school year, which best fits Virginia's needs for our elementary, middle school calculations as they're used for both reading and math. And so we'll discuss that this summer as well. Slide 46, you see advanced coursework. So when the board adopted the framework, mathematics was included for advanced coursework at the middle school level. I want to be very clear here that that will continue, but this is a separate advanced coursework. It would be a separate denominator, a separate calculation, and this would be looking at both earth science, the EOC, and of course earth science at the middle school level, and world geography. And I'll bring you specifics on different ways to do this. The thinking right now, and again, the board will certainly weigh on this, is this would not be, and I want to be very clear, this would not be for 25-26. So I do want to alleviate any concerns around that. We definitely would want to give a minimum of a year time for divisions to implement this and consider the changes that are needed for this. So certainly not for 25-26 for that one. Our next item I want to share with you, we received a letter from 6 organizations and associations to include the American Historical Association, the National Council for Social Studies, Virginia Social Studies Association, Virginia Council for the Social Studies, iCivics and Civics Now Coalition, and Virginia Civics. And in this letter, they describe the need to bring a history indicator, a history measurement into our accountability system. And so what we'll ask the board is to consider for elementary, the Virginia Studies Assessment, for middle school, the Civics and Economics, and in high school, the Virginia U.S. History Assessment. And we can talk through that as well, but want to highlight that letter that went to the board and those associations that are calling on Virginia to consider this. On the next slide, you see 3E Readiness Framework. The board adopted in May and bringing high-quality work-based learning. I'm very excited that my colleagues from CTE will be back here in July with more guidance on that. We heard some public comments this morning around that. What we're going to ask the board is to have conversation around some of the other items. When the board adopted in August 2024, it noted it wanted to return and discuss more on enlistment. And so we'll have conversation this summer around the enlistment criteria. And the next slide is not so much an accountability, but would go into our state plan, and it's around English language proficiency. We have students who are duly identified both as special needs and English learners. And so we have an assessment that they take called alternate access. And so we need to discuss a screener for that assessment and as well as an exit criteria. So not in our accountability system. It could one day by looking at progress, but it's something that it's new, from the company through WIDA. For this assessment, and so we need to have some conversation and bring that into this amendment as well. Continuing with English learners and specifically to recently arrived, now on slide 50 here, Virginia currently uses Exception A under the Every Student Succeeds Act, and what we're going to ask the board to consider and have conversation is moving to Exception B. And so to very simply what this means is currently in Virginia, and 26 states use Exception A. We are in the majority of states that use Exception A. 24 states use Exception B or some sort of hybrid. But in Exception A, in the first year, that 12 months, you can talk about 3 semesters, a student is exempt from reading, they take science and math, and those results are excluded. That's what we're doing currently. Exception B says this: in their first year as a recently arrived English learner, they take all the assessments, reading, math, and science. In year 2, they're only measured for growth. And so you need year 1 as a baseline. Year 2 is used for growth. So in our framework, they would not be in mastery, but they would be in growth. And then in year 3, the students will be measured on proficiency. And so you see the shift there, that extra year is added, and you're only looking at growth. And so we'll bring that to the board. We've got some public engagement already set up on this topic to hear from different stakeholder groups on this. And now we move down to slide 52. You saw the chart there that kind of explains that on 51. And then on 52, alternative accountability. Previously, Virginia had, and you see the code cited there, we had alternative accreditation plans. With our cohesive system, we do, with baseline data from this year, want to explore for schools that are, meet the special purpose school criteria in the code, having an alternative accountability. And so we would discuss sort of any modifications that could be made to the framework that would satisfy federal law. So our schools that meet this definition, how should they be measured? And so we've already met with some groups on this and had some great brainstorming sessions. We'll continue throughout the summer and then bring a proposal to the board through conversation, and this would be included in our plan as well. And that is something they're very eager that would be for the 25-26 school year. And then finally, we have for you two other items. One is when the board adopted in August 2024, we noted in our state plan that we would bring back to you information on an exit criteria for federal identification. You need baseline data to do that. And so we're going to revisit that and look at how did our schools do this year with the framework, and then what should the exit criteria be for our CSI schools, ATSI schools. And so we'll have conversation and look at that data. And then our final number 10 is after standard settings complete, the board has adopted the new proficiency scores. Then we'll need to discuss new long-term goals, interim measures of progress in both reading and mathematics. These are required in reading and math, federal graduation, English learner progress, but certainly want to update for reading and math given the changes to the assessment and our standard setting. And so that's a conversation we can have, August, September. But when we have this amendment open, it's nice to do it all as one package. And so finally, my last slide for you, our next steps. Public comment's going to begin at the end of June. We've been meeting already with associations, and we've got conferences lined up to talk through these items. We want the public to weigh in throughout the summer. Again, we're anticipating first review in August, final in September. We want schools to start this year and know the targets, to know the plans, to have complete transparency. But we want to also, it's also summer and people traveling. And so we want to start today to give you the overview. And then next, in July, we'll bring some of these before you, some in August, and then, bring the full package to you through other conversations. And that concludes my presentation 3 of 3.
May I? Last month, I had a question on the 3E readiness and employment, and within a week, I think, I imagine your office, with the request of the superintendent, prepared a really nice report showing how those different options will work for students with disabilities. So I just wanted to commend you for that and acknowledge that communication that took place. So, and it really did kind of confirm, I think, the advice we were hearing from your offices. So thank you.
You're welcome. And I will note, when we talk about 3E, we have another stakeholder group that's already met, will continue to meet. We will discuss special needs students and programs for students that we can adapt sort of the criteria for them. We'll bring that data back as well to you.
Great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions or comments here? Ms. Holton?
Mark, can you go back to slide, I think it's 45, the growth indicator.
Yes, ma'am.
So what we've used, I think what we approved previously was the VIVAS
Yes,
growth indicator. And that is what's going to be used to calculate growth under the new framework for the 24-25 school year, correct?
That is correct. So to be very clear, for 24-25, the year that is just concluding, we will be using VIVAS to calculate those results.
And now there's a proposal to use something different from
Yes, ma'am.
VIVAS. And is that because there's a funding question
Yes,
for
ma'am.
VIVAS? So what we thought we were using for growth is gone, no longer an option, maybe?
We could still use value added, and we will explore that. And we've been looking at other vendors. We've been talking about that value added model. We've also been asked by stakeholder groups to reconsider the use that's been done before with the progress tables. The progress tables would have to be revised with the new assessments and new, just how those are calculated. And then Virginia could also explore student growth percentiles.
So I'll just flag this to my colleagues, because you all will be wrestling with this over the course of the summer, or beyond. But the student growth percentiles and the value tables have both been methods we've tried before with growth in Virginia, and we found them to be deficient. That's why we had moved to VIVAS. VIVAS has its own problems, and that may be why the funding is no longer there for VIVAS. But I'm frustrated. For all my time on the board, we've been talking about how to measure growth well, and I know there are other states that do this, and I don't understand yet why we can't do it right or do it well. And maybe our new testing contract, which hopefully will be in place over the next couple of years, will give you all better metrics for growth. But for the time being, you're going to have a big hole in your accountability framework, because what we thought we were using for growth is no more. So that's just a flag. Good luck. I don't know the answer, but it's a big problem. The other matter I wanted to ask about was just to understand the, on slide 46, the adding world geography to the advanced coursework metric at the middle school level. We did just last night get a letter from the social studies coordinators pointing out that the majority, I think, of schools do not offer world geography in middle school. And have chosen not to because of the sequencing of when you do U.S. History 1, when you do, some don't offer world geography at all. It's not a required course. But to get the sequencing of courses in from 4th grade on up in the social studies and history curriculum, world geography is not something that our schools are required to offer in middle school, and many don't, maybe a majority don't. So I just commend for you, maybe Mark, the way to ask the question is, what's your answer to the concern that we've heard from the social studies coordinators about including world geography as an advanced coursework metric, given that many and perhaps most schools don't offer it by choice?
So a couple items to that. One, this is why we definitely are saying it's not for 25-26 to give time for it. One, this advanced coursework, there will be an incentive for it, but it is not intended for all students. We've had some feedback to actually definitely use world geography over, for say, world history. When we've met with stakeholder groups and talked about world history, they found that world history 1, the rigor of it with the new standards certainly needed to stay at the high school level, but that world geography was a better fit for middle school. With the EOC. We've heard from some divisions who are offering world geography, but we're not giving the EOC assessment just because it wasn't being used in the calculations. And so we've received more positive feedback to include this, but we'll continue to engage with stakeholders and just talk through the limitations you're describing.
And was this the point that the Superintendent's Association's feedback in the public comment today was that don't make any changes right away, let us assess the outcome of the first year before we make any changes? Is this what they were speaking to?
I believe the comments this morning did speak to this and another one of the proposals, yes.
The history civics one as well. Again, I just commend you to that letter from the social studies coordinators, but they explain it's not simply a matter of, it's not like the Algebra 1 where we can all agree that it's great to accelerate kids into Algebra 1 and to incentivize kids into Algebra 1 at 8th grade. Whether you choose to do world geography at all in the sequence in Virginia or whether you choose to do it at middle school versus high school, there are a lot of factors involved. And so you may want to think about
Sure.
And licensing of teachers who, it's not a simple matter of, we're, now we'll do world geography. Okay, you're going to incentivize it. Let's all add world geography to middle school. Moving on to the page 47, including the civics and Virginia, U.S. history, Virginia studies indicators. I think that we do have a letter from Senator Van Valkenburg and others, as you mentioned, recommending that we think about that. And I do think that that's something that I understand the reasons for it, but I do commend the board to think carefully about whether you want to make that change now or more gradually implement it, whether there is a need for more public input on that. There are a lot of reasons why we have and haven't included. I do worry that if we don't pay attention to the civics metrics, that they get lost. And so I understand the impetus behind it. But for instance, one of the, over the years, we have allowed, and many school divisions have opted to do locally verified assessments, what are we called, local alternative assessments at the high school level in particular for civics. It's the one place where we can, we actually allow a robust project-based learning approach, and many school divisions have really taken and run with that. So if you do, and they've developed with the department robust metrics around how we do, how we assess those locally verified assessments. It's not just a free-for-all. So if you include the Virginia and/or U.S. history in high school in the indicators, I would encourage you to use the local alternative assessment as well as the testing, the divisions that use the traditional testing method. Don't discourage that project-based learning by requiring everybody to pass the test. There was a lot of thought put into why we don't require everybody to do testing in high school on U.S. history. And I think my last item is, you didn't speak to it specifically, but it went in the framework. You and I talked last month, we talked last month about the CSI school status and the guidelines. And
Yes,
am I
ma'am.
right, you all have made a change?
Yes, there will be a new version of our technical document going out, should be going out this week. And that particular business rule referring to the CSI schools being reduced to a certain performance category has been removed.
So it is no longer the case that CSI schools will automatically be relegated to the bottom category in the performance framework. That language is being removed from the guidelines.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
Version
you.
2 has that removed.
Thank you.
I will bring the board's attention, just from comments that you made, Ms. Holton, because if you remember, Dr. Siebert and I worked tirelessly on the history standards. And if you go look on page 9 on the 2023 history standards, we do have very clearly a course progression outline that specifically outlines world geography in 8th grade. And so I would just make sure that for the public's knowledge, just to refer back to that document. That was approved by the board, obviously, in 2023. And a lot of our school divisions, I think what we probably want to go back and look for is some data around the number of school divisions that are offering world geography versus those that aren't, because I would venture to say that there may not have been enough understanding around how many school divisions are and are not. I'm not sure that letter, although I did skim it quickly before this meeting, I'm not sure that letter outlined that specific data around that. I think we would be surprised to see the number of school divisions that are actually providing that course. I know that even back in the early 2010s, when I was still in the classroom, we were providing that course in a rural school division in Virginia. So, given the fact that it's now 2025, I would be surprised if more school divisions than are offering that course, particularly post-adoption of the 2023 history standards. So that's just one thing in particular that I would raise the flag again for school divisions to please be in review of that course progression outline and moving into those staffing opportunities in the future.
If I may, just in response, in the letter from the consortium, the consortium points out that while that progression was in the standards, and I remember this because we got a lot of feedback, negative feedback towards that progression from the field, and we added in language to the standards that we adopted that they quote in their letter. Historically, Virginia has offered flexibility around the grades at which some of these courses are taught. In this configuration, the board's recommended grade level sequence, school divisions are strongly encouraged to adopt this sequence, but it is not required. And then they do attach, I have not read it in detail, but they do, the consortium attaches their summary of what's going on in the divisions. And I have just skimmed it, but it looks like it is a minority of schools that offer world geography at the 8th grade level. Now, that's just their compilation, and so the department.
I would
will
ask the
want
department to please
yeah,
come
I think
back
that
with
would be
that
useful
specific
for you
data.
all.
Thank you.
To ask the department. And they've got some gaps in it. They've got some divisions they haven't got data on, so perhaps the department can update and/or verify and/or do a corrected version of that for your consideration.
Yep, thank you.
We will do that. Thank you.
Madam President?
Mr. Rotherham.
Thank you, Madam President. I have two questions that actually are questions and then a comment. So one, I just want to, like the growth conversation could be, we are using growth. We have a plan to use growth in the fall.
Absolutely,
Yes? Okay.
absolutely.
So that's not, we have the problems, and I think Ms. Holton did a good job of laying them out, and I think a lot of people's frustration with how growth has been approached here, but it is not in question that we're able to do it. That's what I wanted to be clear on.
Right, it's just the methodology.
Right, okay.
Yeah, and
This
so,
year.
yeah, like I said, we've done, now VIVA's the value added, we've done the progress tables, we can look at student growth percentiles, there's pros and cons to all of them, so we'll ask the board to weigh on for 25, 26. Growth is still in the framework.
And
That's
we
not
can
gonna-
do it next year as well?
Absolutely.
Okay, so
absolutely.
there's, okay, we can do it next year too. Okay, that's why I want to make sure, because, okay. Second, I've gotten some questions, I just want to clarify. On the 8th grade courses, the denominator for accountability would be students who take the course, not your entire population of 8th graders. Is that correct?
For the earth science and the geography.
Yeah.
So you're looking at absolutely this, I love the details. So what the board will need to discuss is obviously the year of implementation, but then also with that denominator. Math, I want to be very clear, math is for ready students.
Right.
We look at students who scored advanced on the 7th grade math test. When we talk about earth science and world geography or whatever history course the board adopts, you would then want to talk about what we're looking at right now is a piece is performance, the students and how they scored. And we do have our calculations right now. We're calling it access. How many students have access to those courses? But the board would need to talk about that as far as the denominator. Is it just based on performance, the number of students who took the course and their proficiency on that assessment? Or would the board also want to adapt this so if out of 10 points, maybe 2.5 or 1.5 to say how many students have access to those courses, which incentivizes the schools to offer them. So those are very important details in this that the board would need to discuss as far as how they do it. But that way, you're looking overall, but the majority of it is based on if the students are taking the course, the parents think they're ready, the school thinks they're ready using local criteria, are they successful in the course and taking the EOC test?
Okay.
That is the majority of the denominator, but we'll definitely talk through those specifics.
All right, thank you. My comment actually kind of ties to that. So I think Senator Van Valkenburg's letter is excellent. I think it proposes something that I hope the board will consider. And in that spirit, I hear the concern about world geography, and I hear but I think in general, it behooves us as much as possible. I believe, so I'm editorializing here just as one board member, kids can do so much more than we often expect of them, and it behooves us to be pushing advanced classes, access to advanced classes down as much as we responsibly can. And that's particularly if we want kids to have more opportunities in high school around pathways and do more exploration. We're really going to have to pay attention to, this is a, over time question, that core content you want to make sure kids are getting. And I think middle school has long been a complicated area in the system. And I think it behooves us to pay attention. Anything we can do, even in signaling through our accountability system, our expectations that for rigor. This reminds me very much of what we talked about in the English standards. We wanted to, as much as we could, signal our expectations for rigor in English instruction. We want to do the same thing. We want to do the same thing here to raise the bar.
Ms. Holton.
Mark, one other question on the world geography. Is it actually considered an advanced course? Because I actually thought that our most advanced students, the advanced diploma students, typically aren't taking world geography ever. They take world history 1 in 9th grade and world history 2 in 10th grade. And world geography, I frankly always thought was kind of the easier course in lieu of those two, and that may be totally my ignorance. So is world geography actually an advanced course that we want to be incentivizing? And I guess it's two separate questions. Is it actually an advanced course, and do we want to be incentivizing? Why do we want to be incentivizing its taking in 8th grade?
So the conversations we've had is that world geography has an end of course, a high school test attached to it, it'd be taken in middle school, and so that would make it advanced.
Um,
So we're
again-
using it because there's a test for it.
We're using, it is a high school course though, and so it could be given at the middle school. And I will say with the test, it allows it as far as accountability and the metrics and the performance to be there. Again, the board absolutely can have conversation around world history. We did have some feedback, again, some pros and cons around world history, the rigor of the standards, the new standards, and sort of, should that be considered for at the middle school? The conversations we had thus far as divisions were actually encouraging us to keep world history at the high school for those reasons and to adopt world geography. But I think everything you're saying, the board needs to have those conversations around it to see where the best fit is. And maybe it's a match, maybe it's both. Maybe it's not either or world geography or world history, or it's, just that's the conversation to have.
I think I'm right that many of our middle schools, I may be wrong about this, but actually do, the civics and economics course that's taught in 8th grade is a huge and wonderful and important course. And I think some of our divisions even divide it over 2 years because there's so much content in it. And I would just hate to see that course downplayed in any way by this change.
So, when I was teaching, I'll tell you this, I taught standard and honors and accelerated civics in 7th grade. My accelerated and honors students went into world geography in 8th grade because it was a high school credit course. And so I would like for Dr. Wallace to come up and speak to this in particular, because she's more familiar with the ability to discuss the course progression and why it is considered an advanced course, and not just because of the fact that it's a high school credit course. But from my understanding, it is based on somewhat of the depth and breadth of the content that is looked at in the course. Everything from the actual geography to more of a world studies that prepares students to go into World History 1 at a more advanced level. So, Dr. Wallace, I hope I didn't steal your thunder.
You kind of took the words right out of my mouth, but good afternoon, President Creasy and members of the board, Superintendent Gullickson. President Creasy is correct. A lot of middle schools have typically offered the world geography in middle school for those advanced kids. So there are schools that are offering in 7th grade the civics and economics course. The new standards do allow that. You're correct in that they do have the flexibility to keep world geography at the high school level as well. I think that the world geography is definitely considered an advanced course because it has the high school level content, because of the way it's not just mapping out, right? It's not just knowing where the countries are and knowing, the rivers and maps and, rivers and streams and oceans and things like that. It goes deep into other concepts that are more advanced for students to understand. And so, school divisions have that allowability to offer this, by offering it at the middle school in 8th grade. That would give those students who are more advanced in those world politics to take that course earlier. It actually would allow students to have a foundation greater in world history and history in general, because they're still required. They're going to take their World I, World II, U.S. government, U.S. history in high school. And so, I know I took world geography when I was in 8th grade.
Thank you, Dr. Wallace.
Thank you.
Are there further questions or comments here? This stands between us and lunch. Okay. Anything else from the team over there? Mark, Melissa? No?
No, just thank you, and we're going to process your data requests and have those back to you, so thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you very much. We will we'll accept this for first review and see you in July. I would like to just make a quick note about item K. Item K has been removed from the agenda at the request of the applicant. The department will consult with the applicant further about next steps, and we will then see where that goes. But I would like to thank our Charter School Advisory Committee Chair, Michelle Ashton for her work, and the rest of the Charter School Advisory Committee for their work. We will continue to work on this opportunity and see where we land. So thank you. That being said, if you all will look at your agenda, you'll see that we have a written report on the standard setting process progress. And then when we come back from lunch, we'll handle our legal update and close out the business portion of the meeting prior to moving into our closed session for licensure cases. Oh, okay, we could do that too. So we will do that if there's no objection here. I think it's gonna be rather quick from what I understand. So, that being said, Mr. Hanson, would you read our motion to convene into a closed meeting?
I move that the Virginia Board of Education convene in a closed meeting for the following purposes: consultation with legal counsel employed by or retained by a public body regarding specific legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice by such counsel pursuant to Section 2.2-3711A8 of the Code of Virginia, and that legal counsel to the Virginia Board of Education and staff whose presence will aid in the board's consideration of this matter participate in the closed meeting.
Dr. Northern? Aye. Dr. Ackerman?
Aye.
Mr. Hanson?
Aye.
Mr. Rutherham?
Aye.
Ms. Ashton?
Aye.
Ms. Holton? Aye. And Chair votes aye. We are now in closed session and ask Hanson, will you read our certification to return to open session, please?
We convene today in a closed meeting pursuant to a recorded vote on the motion above and in accordance with the Freedom of Information Act. Section 2.2-3712 of the Code of Virginia requires that the board certify that to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempt from open meeting requirements under this chapter, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered. Any member who believes there was a departure from these requirements shall so state prior to the vote, indicating the substance of the departure that in his or her judgment has taken place. The statement of the departure will be recorded in the minutes.
Okay. Dr. Northern.
Aye.
Dr. Acker.
Aye.
Mr. Hanson.
Aye.
Mr. Rocker.
Aye.
Ms. Ashton.
Aye.
Ms. Holton.
Aye.
And Chair votes aye. Okay. We are moving into discussion of current issues. Are there any issues that need to be discussed at this time, currently? Ms. Holton?
I just wanted to recognize, which we didn't have time to do earlier, but that Dr. Northern has a new role helping advise the U.S. Department of Education on IES, and we're very grateful to your service there. Thank you.
Anything
Appreciate that.
else? Discussion of current issues. Okay, no other issues to discuss. So we will move to election of officers. As everyone knows, the current term, 2-year term is up, and we need to hold an election for officers. So with that, I will accept any motion that may be on the table. Or Ms. Ashton,
Madam President, may I make a motion?
please.
I would like to make a motion to reelect Ms. Creasy as president and Mr. Hanson as vice president.
I second. Do I second yet?
Yes, please.
Okay.
As long as Mr. Hanson will accept such
I do.
a motion, I will also accept such a motion. And so at that, I will ask for any discussion here before we make it official. Okay, Dr. Northern.
Thank you both for your service.
Yes.
Dr. Northern.
Aye.
Dr. Ackerman.
Aye.
Mr. Hanson.
It's okay to vote for myself?
I guess so, yes.
Aye.
Yeah, you could do that anyway. Mr. Rotherham.
Aye.
Ms. Ashton.
Aye.
Ms. Holton.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Superintendent.
On behalf of the agency, we are very grateful for President Creasy and Vice President Hanson's willingness to serve another term. They've been incredible thought partners and guides, especially since I took over the agency in March. So on behalf of my team, we thank you for your service.
I think I speak for Mr. Hanson when I say that we, and myself, when I say that we are certainly blessed to be able to work not only with those of you who help us do our work on the board, but also to be able to have a more a closer relationship. And maybe staff doesn't like how close that relationship has become recently, but we do certainly appreciate the continued, again, like Superintendent Gullickson said, thought partnership, and are just happy to move into the next phase here. So thank you. Mr. Hanson, do you want to say anything, or did I speak for you?
Always can and always. I just thank you. It's just an honor to serve, and just appreciate the camaraderie and relationship with the board and the leadership at the department. So thank you.
Okay, so with that, as I mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, we will now make our motion to go into closed session to consider licensure cases, and the YouTube stream will conclude for the day. The public is, of course, welcome to be with us here at the library to witness the proceedings after we come out of closed session, but we need to conclude the live stream in order to ensure that staff can pack up our sound equipment and we can be out of the library before it closes today. After the teacher licensure cases, we will return to open session in the room where we are currently seated to certify the closed meeting and to vote on the teacher licensure cases, but the board will not conduct any other business. Mr. Hanson, would you read our motion to convene into a closed meeting?
I move that the Virginia Board of Education convene in a closed meeting for the following purposes: discussion or consideration by the Board of Education of information relating to the denial, suspension, or revocation of teacher licenses, subject to the exclusion in subdivision 11 of section 2.2-3705.3 pursuant to section 2.2-3711A40 of the Code of Virginia, and consultation with counsel regarding specific legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A8 of the Code of Virginia, and that legal counsel to Virginia Board of Education staff whose presence will aid in the board's consideration of this matter participate in the closed meeting.
Okay. Dr. Northern.
Aye.
Dr. Ackerman.
Aye.
Mr. Hanson.
Aye.
Mr. Rotherham.
Aye.
Ms. Ashton.
Aye.